a good candidate, and your first consultation is free. So call now, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Appointments on Saturday with QC Kinetics.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Dude, did you order the new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years. Selfies? Check, please.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever. With eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate, any condition guaranteed. Best 5G source root metrics data, United States, 1H 2025. All rights reserved. Trade-in and additional terms apply for all offers. See Verizon.com for details.
This is 96.5 The Fan, your home for Chiefs football. It's the only place to hear from Andy Reid on Mondays at noon. It's the only place that has an exclusive one-on-one interview with Patrick Mahomes on Tuesdays at 3:15. And it's the only place to listen to the play-by-play with Mitch, Danon, and Kling on game day.
Touchdown! Kansas City! Travis Kelce owning this game!
This is your home for Chiefs football. This is 96.5 The Fan. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey Sports Station.
And a happy Tuesday. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the light show on your way in this morning.
I must have missed it. I didn't see. Was there lightning going on out there today? Oh, dang. I was up a little bit earlier this morning, so I probably missed the lightning show. Was it good? Was it excellent? Was it like electric where you saw like cool bolts of lightning all over the place?
It was
Damn.
epic.
Sorry, I missed that.
Heat lightning.
The heat lightning. It's supposed to rain like a little bit today, maybe, I think. I don't know. Yesterday I thought it was going to be beautiful, and it wasn't like later in the day. So I'm out of the weather predicting business as well as the sports predicting business because it's neither's going so well right now, right?
Chiefs 35-0, Travis Kelce anytime touchdown.
That's right, and I'm sticking with it. You know they're going to do that this week against Lamar. You're going to have to score that many points to have an opportunity to beat the Ravens. They've scored 111 points this season, right? 1-2 on the year. It's the most points through 3 games by a team with a 1-2 record in the history of the NFL, man. It's crazy. Baltimore used to be this defensive juggernaut that we used to see. Like, it didn't matter who wore the uniform, you know. They always went out there and slapped people around on defense. And now they're just not doing that right now. And offensively, I mean, they're going to have to score 50 a game for them to continue to find ways to win, man.
Leaves the question, who's got a more identity crisis, the Chiefs or the Baltimore Ravens?
Well, I don't know. We're 3 games in. I don't know that the Chiefs have an identity crisis right now. I don't know that the Ravens have an identity crisis right now. I think we're 3 games into the season, and everybody's just kind of figuring out who exactly they are. And the Baltimore Ravens are a team that can score a lot of points, but also they can't go out there and stop a lot of people from putting up points, because if you're scoring 111 and you're 1-2, that's not an offensive issue that you have going on right now. And so I think, maybe teams shift their identities, along the line. Like we've always identified the Ravens as this defensive team. Maybe they're making their way into an offensive team, and where we've always identified the Chiefs as an offensive juggernaut, maybe they're now a defensive team, in the NFL. And that's up to us to figure out where these teams are, not on paper or anything like that, but kind of figure out where they are and what we can expect by what they go out there and do. You can expect the Ravens to go out and score a ton of points. You can also expect them to go out there and give up a ton of points. That's why I think this weekend could be good, watching their first 3 games. Hey, maybe the Chiefs get a little boost offensively playing against this Ravens defense right now.
Yeah, Ravens, run the ball, play tight defense. Derrick Henry has fumbled in every single game this year. 3 games, 3 fumbles. Last night's fumble, kind of crucial.
Yep.
Week 1 fumble, very crucial.
Oh, yeah.
Last week, irrelevant. They ended up beating the Browns like 47 to 40 to something to 17 or whatever it was. Ravens give them a ton of points, man. They give them 96 points this year. Yes, they've scored 111. But again, like, that's not what the Ravens normally are. Like, normally the Ravens are a team that can go up 21-10, and then Derrick Henry controls the rest of the game. That is not what's happening in Baltimore right now. This game Sunday going to be, who's going to make less mistakes? I know that sounds like pretty cliche in a football game. Like, the team that leads the stat sheet with fewer mistakes, turnovers, and whatever, they're going to win the game. But it's like legitimately. Last night, Lamar Jackson, still looked good, but like also sacked 7 times.
7 times. And if you get to Lamar 5 times, I think he's like 1-13 or something like that. Like that's the way you beat Lamar Jackson, is what the Lions did last night, right? They got after him. They sacked his ass. And you're watching that game and you're starting to kind of think about, okay, Sunday we've got this Baltimore team. Can we do anything like the Detroit Lions did last night? I think our secondary probably could stand up to the task of what, Baltimore is going to offer. It sounds cliche again, but after watching that game last night, let's go Chris Jones, let's go George Karlaftis, let's go defensive line. It's going to be on you guys to try to get to Lamar Jackson and try to get him and keep him in the pocket first and foremost and bring him down, because when he does get sacked 5 or more times, he's not a winning quarterback in the NFL. And that seems to be the magic number. And then late in the game, when you're trying to go for a win, pop it out of Derrick Henry's hand and pick up the fumble and fall on it. That guy's had 2 crucial fumbles this year, man. And I saw him last night. He's obviously upset about it and apologizing to everybody. But he's now a chronic fumbler, and you have to attack Derrick Henry and punch that ball out, because he's fumbled in every game this year. And we saw on Sunday night how big turnovers are. You flip that script, you get that ball back, you get short field position, and that's what you need to do. And so I think it's imperative to gang tackle Derrick Henry and everybody be in there punching the ball out. And if the Lions rookie defensive coordinator, who obviously last night they were talking about how he credits Spags for a lot of the stuff that he's learned as the defensive coordinator now in Detroit, if he's using Spags type of stuff with the Lions out there against the Baltimore Ravens, what is Spags going to do with Spags stuff against the Baltimore Ravens? And so after watching that game last night, man, I'm more excited about this Baltimore Ravens game than I was yesterday, because I'm just not sold on Baltimore right now. I don't think they're the big bad beast coming in to Kansas City that can't be slayed. And if we have that attitude at home against the Baltimore Ravens, why would we have that attitude? We're the effing Chiefs, man. Let's go beat this Baltimore Ravens team. Let's go get healthy on offense against this Baltimore Ravens defense. We got a great opportunity on Sunday to capitalize on a team that isn't playing their best right now.
Yeah, the Ravens have given up 96 points in 3 weeks for 32 points an average a game. That's what they're getting up, 32 a game. Derrick Henry is fumbling constantly. 3 fumbles this year so far. What was the stat, Mac? I was in there cutting audio from the game last night. He's fumbled 3 times this year in 3 games. When's the last time Derrick Henry fumbled 3 times?
Yeah, 2025, 3 fumbles on 43 touches. 2023 to 2024, he had 3 fumbles on 652 touches.
Right. And so, like, you talk about falling off a cliff. It's not just production-wise. It's being able to hold on to the ball. It's everything. And right now, Derrick Henry is a guy that you can target and get a turnover from. And you have to do that on Sunday. Derrick Henry is prone to turnovers right now. He's a prone fumbler right now. And it's you may think, wow, this is an anomaly, but this is what it's been like all year for Derrick Henry. He may be over that cliff that we always talk about with running backs, where it hits, and they're really, really good. And then all of a sudden, where did they go? What happened to this running back? Maybe Derrick Henry has gotten to that point with the fumble rooskies that are going on there right now. But what I know is, man, you got to attack Derrick Henry, and you've got to punch that ball out. He is a vulnerable running back right now.
The Chiefs are giving up 56 points in 3 weeks. That's an 18.6 average a game. So, yeah, Chiefs have problems. Ravens have problems. Sunday at 325, whoever has fewer problems in that game is winning that game. Plain and simple. Whoever plays a cleaner game in that game Sunday, luckily for the Chiefs, is in their own backyard, and it's on a Ravens short week. I don't know if Kyle Van Noy is going to play. He was out last night. And then
he's always out, though, isn't he?
That's your boy from last year.
Yeah, it is.
Karen
Van Noy.
Yeah.
Karen Van Noy out here complaining about the Chiefs doctors on opening night. They didn't get out to the field fast enough to look at his eye or whatever. Karen Van Noy was.
May not have to worry about it this time.
Yeah, but I mean, he's the Matt Milano type guy. Like, oh, this guy's he never plays. Like Van Noy, I feel like we talk about him every single week being on the injury list as much as we talk about Matt Milano being on the injury list every single week.
This was Lamar Jackson last night on what Detroit did so well.
Lamar, I think you were sacked 7 times tonight. That rarely happens with you. What were you seeing back there that was causing problems?
Man, them guys were doing stunts, and they had a spy. And sometimes the spy was grabbing my leg, and just what it was.
Grabbing my leg.
Was what it was, man.
I love him so much.
Awesome.
I really do.
The hair's kind of nice. I kind of like the hair.
Yeah, great. Yeah, he's awesome. Everything about that guy just makes me smile. It really does. I don't like watching him get sacked because, I do have a soft spot in my heart for Lamar. But last night, seeing him go down 7 times and realizing, hey, there's opportunities here. Our guys have to want it this week on defense from a sack standpoint, right? And they've got to go out there and use this as one of those kind of watershed moments. They go out there and they sack Lamar 5 to 7 times like Detroit did, there is no chance that Baltimore is going to have to win that football game. Those are big-time defensive plays at home that you're going to make. And so I'll challenge the defensive line this week. Let's get to Lamar Jackson without having to blitz 17,000 times, right? Let's try to get to Lamar Jackson with 4. Obviously, there will be a spy. The defensive coordinator, again, last night comes from the Spagnuolo tree. And so if they were using a spy last night, we'll be using a spy most likely in that game, whether it's Leo Chenal or whoever, the case may be. But I trust this defense to go out there and limit Baltimore. They've limited opponents, as we talked about yesterday, for the last 2 years, last 37 games or something like that. The Chiefs are giving up less than 20 points per game. And so you've got or not 20 points, but 27 points per game or whatever it was. You've got the opportunity to slow down an offense right now that is putting up a lot of points, but I think they're a wounded offense. You can get to the quarterback and you can take that running back right out of the game by punching the ball out and recovering it in your own territory and having a short drive to the end zone.
Big Leo Chenal game. Big Drew Tranquill game.
Yeah, Drew too, as well. Yeah.
Spy. Somebody watch Henry. Because look, if you can keep Malik Neighbors and Wan'Dale Robinson to 4 yards and 3 catches, you got to think you can do the same to Rashad Bateman and Zay Flowers. Because Zay Flowers was shut down for the entire first half of last night's game.
Where was he?
Trying to get open. I mean, Detroit's got a really good secondary. It's not, shame that. Right. But again, I talk about identity. The Ravens were on the 1 yard line and got stuffed 4 times.
I mean, what was that, too?
And then later on the game, they're on the 2 yard line. Let's have Derrick Henry try to throw a touchdown. Like that. I mean, that game I thought it was a good game last night. A lot of offense, right? 60 points or more scored in the total in the game. But again, Detroit had Baltimore figured out, and Baltimore just ran out of options once they had all their big plays used. I mean, Derrick Henry ran off a 40-yard touchdown run in the first quarter. Mm-hmm. And then what happened the rest of the game? They just went away from it. They just started passing the ball. Now, granted, Mark Andrews had a big game. Their other tight end that's not Isaiah Likely, he had a big game. But that's what Detroit said. We'll let your tight ends run the middle of the field, and we'll try to contain Lamar and contain Derrick Henry. It worked. They won. Detroit moves on to 2-1. Baltimore's 1-2.
Yeah, and if you contain the 2 biggest weapons, it's the Bill Belichick school of defense, right? You take out the number 1, number 2 weapons, and you say, all right, if Bob Tonyan beats us, then Bob Tonyan is going to beat us. But Derrick Henry's not going to beat us. Zay Flowers is not going to beat us. Lamar Jackson's not going to beat us. We'll let you beat us with your ancillary players, but you're not beating us with your star players. And that's kind of what Detroit did last night. And that really is the approach, I think, for everybody now in defense in the NFL. Take out the big name players, and if Cam Scatterbo beats you, then Cam Scatterbo beat you. But I'll tell you what, Malik Neighbors ain't going to beat you, and he didn't the other night.
Coming up on the other side, the evaluation of the offensive line for the Kansas City Chiefs, plus some parental evaluation as well. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for K-State athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Heartland Men's Health are ready for you to give them a call today, because many patients at Heartland Men's Health have said the same thing over and over again. Why didn't I get my erectile dysfunction treated sooner? If ED is a problem in your life, you really need to stop waiting. ED is nothing more than a medical condition. And studies show that around 50% of men over the age of 50 have some form of that condition, and young men can be affected by ED as well. But what you may not know is that ED stems from a variety of causes, and these often call for differing treatment strategies, and that's what Heartland Men's Health is able to offer. At Heartland Men's Health, they have treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. Schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. So check them out in their 3 locations: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and North Kansas City. Call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family, because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This October, the whole family can ride along for the wildest weekend in Kansas City. PBR Outlaw Days, October 3rd through the 5th at T-Mobile Center. Cheer on your Kansas City Outlaws as they battle the world's best on the dirt, under the lights. KansasCityOutlaws.com. Get your tickets now at PBR.com. Kansas City Outlaws, all grit and no quit.
It's football season and snacking season, and nothing goes better with football and snacking better than Daisy Dips. And now Daisy came out with a delicious Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip, and these are a game changer. From chips to wings to veggies, they all go better with Daisy Dips. And I love dipping pretzels into the Daisy French onion dip. It's amazing. And the best part, these are delicious as homemade dips because they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you find in your own kitchen. Look for Daisy Dips at a grocery store near you. Fall's the best time of year to clean up the outside of your home or business. And the best way to do that is with a fresh coat of paint from my friends at CertaPro Painters. You want your home or business to make a great impression, and that starts with the exterior. And when you choose CertaPro Painters, you're choosing the best in the business for your job. CertaPro Painters go the extra mile. If there's a way to save you money, they'll let you know. And they take care of every detail from start to cleanup. So do what we did and schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Chiefs coverage is sponsored by Missouri Air National Guard St. Joseph, serving your community your way. Ready to launch your future? Don't miss the Missouri Air National Guard St. Joseph Career Fair, September 24th and 25th at Rosecrans Air National Guard Base. Explore over 50 careers. Search Join 139AV on Facebook or Instagram and register now.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Heading out of Kearney, 35 southbound, heavy with an accident past 19th Street. Maybe a half mile of slow traffic on that right now. In town, things looking pretty good. 35 southbound from Missouri 152 into downtown is a 12-minute trip. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Identity. That's what you got to get back to. There's a bunch of teams that are still trying to find that. Kansas City Chiefs are one of those teams. Baltimore Ravens, one of those teams. The Houston Texans, definitely one of those teams. Kind of sad to look at the AFC standings and see that the Buffalo Bills are 3-0.
Yep.
And the rest of their division has one win.
Yeah.
Talk to you later.
We kind of knew that going in, though, right? I mean, like, we knew that division was going to be just total and utter garbage.
Well, you guys were
for
high
the
on New
Buffalo
England.
Bills. I thought New England would be a better team. I didn't think they'd win the division, though. I never thought they'd be a 10-win team or anything like that. I thought they'd be on the start of something good.
Yeah, I still think they're going to win 7, 8, 9. I think they'll be a good.
I think so
solid.
too. I can't believe we're making finality decisions, 3 weeks into the season and things like that, right? Like, they're 1-2 or 2-1 or whatever the case may be. There's some 3-0 teams, I'm sure, out there right now that'll end up not making the playoffs, right? Maybe it's Indianapolis that doesn't make it. I don't know. Can you trust Daniel Jones? So far, he looks like you can, but I mean, there are teams out there. Just because you're 1-2 or 3-0, it really does not have a bearing right now on whether or not you're going to be that postseason team. Teams take time to gel over the course of a season, and I think the Chiefs are kind of taking time to gel because, well, they got a lot of guys out at the beginning of the season, and so they've got to figure that thing out. The one place where they need to gel better, though, guys, and I really don't know how to talk about this, and I really am confused about this one. Can we be honest for a second? Can we have a safe conversation? The offensive line just isn't that good.
Well, there's a lot of money invested in that.
And that's the thing, Dusty. Like, there's a lot of money invested in Creed and in Trey and in Josh Simmons and really in Jawan Taylor at this point in time, and your backup offensive lineman in Jalen Moore that you signed as well. They're not very good. Is it okay to say that? Like, is it okay to say Creed and Trey need to get better as well on the interior of the line?
100%.
Because last year and for the last couple of years, we've had these conversations about, just give us a left tackle and everything will be fine. Well, we've got a really good left tackle out there right now.
Awesome.
Right? Like, even the nerd metrics will say he's good. That's just not my eye test. And so you've got the eye test plus the nerd stats telling you he's good. He's good. We got our guy. The offensive line looks the same to me as it did regardless of who was playing that left tackle position. And I do think, guys, I hate to be that guy. Creed and Trey need to play better on the offensive line. Nobody wants to say it because we like them and whatnot. But those two guys, man, they're just leaving stuff on the cutting room floor right now. And they need to ante up their game because I'm not seeing Patrick Mahomes with a lot of time still behind the line of scrimmage. And, you talk to people like, we got to get better separation. I'm like, better separation. This guy is under pressure the minute that he gets the football, and a lot of it is coming up the gut. It's not coming from around the outside. And Juwan Taylor's easy to rip because he commits penalties. Trey and Creed need to play better on the interior of that line. There's nobody else that needs to really play better from an actual blocking standpoint than those guys in the interior of that offensive line. They're the ones that are kind of letting Patrick Mahomes down right now.
They announced Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State.
I hate this pick, actually. Don't like it. Don't like it.
I wonder how he feels. We'll find out tomorrow on Wednesday when Peakley joins the show.
Frustrating, though.
It is.
What do you guys think? Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
Is it okay to have conversations about players we like but aren't really living up to their end of the bargain right now?
So have a subpar conversation. Is it the offensive line issue of why they can't run the ball, or is it the running back issue?
Well, I think in week 2 it was a running back issue. Because we could see that, and I'm not even thinking from a running game. I was thinking more of the passing side of things right now and watching Patrick Mahomes under duress and constantly under pressure and whatnot. The running game is... It's Andy Reid, man. I just put my arms up in the air because this week they should run the hell out of the football against Baltimore. They should run the hell out of the football against the Baltimore Ravens and not 20 carries. I mean, just pound the rock in the should. But we don't see Andy Reid do that a lot, right? I'm looking from a passing standpoint. It's not for me the running game right now. It's like Patrick Mahomes literally doesn't have more than 2 seconds back there to try to throw the football. What was it, the tweet by Sam Munson? He's never had less time in his career to try to throw the football than he has at this point in time, right? And so that being said, we fixed left tackle, guys, and it's not Juwan Taylor every single time. And it's not Wanye Morris every single time, or Kingsley Suamataia, or Mike Caliendo, or whoever's playing that left guard position. The 2 guys that make the most money on this offensive line have to play better. Am I off my rocker on that one?
No, you're 100%. I'm with you. I mean, we talked for 4 months about this. Just a left tackle. They go get a Jim, maybe one of the best picks in this draft.
Right.
He's been incredible.
He's been awesome.
We haven't even gotten to talk about him.
Yeah.
Because the rest of this offensive line and team has not lived up to their end of the bargain. We've got a rookie playing the second hardest position in all of football and kicking ass. And we've got 2 of the highest paid players at their position. Like you mentioned, Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith. Yeah, they're not pulling their weight right now. I agree. I mean, there was a play last week, just, Sunday against the Giants. Creed Humphrey, completely missed his assignment. He's like doing a 360, kind of looking around. Where is it? Oh, Mahomes is running for his life. Yeah, you missed your block, man. Like, you're the center.
Right.
You're the quarterback of these front 5. You have to know.
Baltimore in 3 games has given up 111 yards rushing, 108 yards rushing, and last night they gave up 224 yards rushing and only ran the ball for 85 yards with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. So again, there's a vulnerability there in the Ravens defensive unit, as the vulnerability for us that we're talking about right now is the offensive line. And this is from Sam Munson. He says, according to the NFL Pro, Patrick Mahomes has the fastest average time to throw in the NFL this season. He's never been faster than 21st before in his career. Mahomes is currently changing his game, and it's still not enough for the offense to function properly. Because there's some people out there that say, Mahomes is just, not the same that he has been. Well, maybe some of that is offensive line struggles. Maybe some of that is guys not getting open. Maybe some of that is guys not being out there on the field. But as Vernon would say for the Kansas City Royals, I don't want to hear excuses why the pitchers are hurt. That's not the excuse. It's always next man up. The Chiefs, you have a chance right now for the Baltimore Ravens on a short week, who will have to travel and come to Kansas City and play a 325 game that is going to be massive. Probably the game of the week in the NFL. It's not a huge dynamite slate this week. And these 2 teams, obviously, with 2 of the best quarterbacks in football playing against each other once again in a big matchup. I mean, one team's going to be 1-4, the other team's going to be 2-3. And you look at the standings, obviously from an early spot, there are 3 3-0 teams in the AFC. Buffalo obviously is going to run away with the AFC East, and at this point, what looks like could possibly run away with the number 1 seed. And then how much belief do you have in the Chargers, and how much belief do you have in the Colts? Because then if you can stand pat, no pun intended, but stand pat in this AFC and get back to your ways of winning and taking control of games as the Kansas City Chiefs, you're looking at maybe, best possible outcome as a 2 seed. That's not terrible.
No.
You've seen that before. Then it's like, okay, Buffalo, you control it. We've gone to Buffalo before and won in the playoffs. the Chiefs have been a 2 seed before and got the 1 seed and brought the AFC Championship game to Arrowhead. Again, a lot of football left, a lot of teams still trying to figure things out, but a really pivotal game in this next matchup between Baltimore, because if you're not going to win your division, let's just say the Chargers win this division for the first time in 9 years or 10 years that somebody besides the Chiefs wins the AFC West, I mean, you're still looking at a top wildcard spot. And you're still, fighting for that playoff. And this would be a big tiebreaker game coming up against Baltimore, where normally in the past, that game is, all right, who's going to control the narrative for the 1 seed? This one might be who's going to control the narrative for the tiebreaker moving forward in the playoffs. Because Buffalo, 3-0, Jets, 0-3, Miami, 0-3, New England, 1-2. Throw that division away. It's over. It's done. Buffalo's going to play the Saints this week where they're favored by 15.5. Buffalo will be 4-0. It is what it is. The Chargers, we will see. Time will tell. Can they hold on to that lead? Because we haven't seen anybody do that in this division other than Kansas City. And in the South, that's a garbage pit as well of a bunch of teams like Jacksonville, Houston, Indianapolis is 3-0. Good for them. And then Tennessee, we know what they are because their coach is incompetent as well. But yes, I think the offensive line is a big issue for the Kansas City Chiefs. And it has been for 4 years.
Yeah, it really has been. And we've kind of looked a blind eye to those guys on the interior, but now it's time. I mean, it really is. We've given you the left tackle. He's been outstanding. The guys on the interior of the line need to elevate their game. You need to elevate your game to the level that Josh Simmons is elevating his game. And that's where they need to be. And you're going against Baltimore this weekend. No better time to get your offensive line back in gear than right here, right now. They have got to play better. And I know nobody wants to hear that Creed and Trey need to play better. We want to blame Kingsley and we want to blame Jawan Taylor. That's low-hanging fruit. Those guys that are paid the big money, once you get paid the big money, the expectation changes. There's no more swing and miss. There's no more, miss a block. There's no more false starts. There's no more any of that when you're the highest paid at each of your positions. The money comes with expectation. And with expectation, we expect delivery. And right now, those two guys, the highest paid at their position, aren't delivering like we need them to deliver to give Patrick Mahomes the best opportunity to find these wide receivers. There's such a trickle-down effect in the NFL and really in sports in general that if one person is just out of whack, it affects everything. Everything essentially has to be perfect for every team to have these successful plays. And if one guy isn't doing his job or two guys aren't doing their job, it takes away from the 9 or 10 other guys that are doing their jobs and makes it impossible for those guys to go out there and do their jobs.
Things are pretty down bad in San Francisco. Talk about a team that's been completely depleted with injuries. Brandon Ayuk's not going to be back for another 3, maybe 4 weeks. Christian McCaffrey, I mean, that's a guy that you watch every game and every week with biting your fingernails every time he touches the ball. Brock Purdy's hurt. Nick Bosa now done for the year with a torn ACL. That's tough, man. I mean, you look at what Trent Williams had to say for Mike Garafolo. Offensive tackle Trent Williams said after the game yesterday he was thinking about Nick Bosa on the game-winning drive, said it's cliche that it's next man up, but when you lose a guy like that, you need 3 or 4 guys to come in and fill those shoes. I mean, dude, it's tough in San Francisco. And luckily right now, the Chiefs have Rashee Rice out with a suspension and Xavier Worthy hanging in the balance of when he's going to come back. Because, I mean, I thought Jamison Williams was going to have a night last night. 2 catches, 43 yards, right out of the chute. That's an Xavier Worthy type of role. Baltimore finally figured out, okay, we're not going to let this guy streak out here. And then all of a sudden, Amon-Ra St. Brown comes out of nowhere, and he becomes that man. Live mic, too. Heads up. Yikes on that ESPN last night. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I've always kind of questioned this offensive line because of what they've invested and what they're protecting. And the investment isn't protecting the main objective of investment, which is Patrick Mahomes. And it is causing him to kind of have a loose trigger or to kind of think, maybe outside of his normal pattern, his normal rhythm to like find a guy and read it, which we thought this year, at least I did, that he was going to have more time because we saw that in preseason. We saw them playing against other starters and we saw Mahomes trusting his left tackle. And now all of a sudden in the game, it's like the guards are missing. Like, do we miss Joe Cooney that much?
He's the best. He's the best.
Yeah, but we were still having these problems last year.
Yeah, they were.
We have a different left tackle, different left guard, and the problems are still the same.
100%.
And so the only 2 constants really are the right guard and the center right now on this offensive line because
in the tackle.
Right tackle. But again, when he plays,
he's been good for the most part.
Yeah, he's not giving up a ton of sacks. He's not giving up a ton of pressures. He just can't stay on sides. And I mean, if you can't start the play, you can't start the play. But I think what Trent Williams said is very interesting because because we expect guys to have that next man up mentality, as he said, but sometimes there are just irreplaceable guys that you can't expect the next man up mentality with. And that's the way that I'm looking at the Chiefs right now with their wide receivers. You got your 1 and 2 guys out right now. On no planet is the number 3 wide receiver on any team just as good or better than your number 1 guy or your number 2 guy. I mean, Tyquan Thornton, remember, he was cut by another team and was just left out there. Another team already gave up on Tyquan Thornton. So the Patriots, you weren't going out there and getting a superstar wide receiver, on the scrap heap or anything like that. Those don't exist. And so I think everybody needs to take Trent Williams' advice and say, okay, when we look at the wide receivers here for Kansas City, yeah, we got 2 big ones that went down. We can't expect the same production. As much as we say next man up, that's just a dumb cliche thing that coaches say around sports because they're panicking too. And as leaders, you can't panic in front of that room. You've got to keep everybody together. So you say next man up, we're good. Meanwhile, on the surface, you really know the next man up isn't as good as that guy. Otherwise, he would be that guy and would be getting the playing time and all of that. You just have to hope to kind of, stem the tide. And that's kind of what the Chiefs are doing right now. And so when I hear Trent Williams say that about Joey Bosa or Nick Bosa or whatever Bosa it is, I look around and I say, we've got to have that same attitude here. We cannot expect Tyquan Thornton and Hollywood Brown to be Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy. It's not fair. It's not right. And it's not going to work that way in the NFL. Guys are starters. Guys are ones for a reason. Guys are backups for a reason as well.
Ooh, the door just opened. Mm-hmm. Many people will hate it, but a lot of people love it. It is a Tuesday, and Lykan's library is open. Guys, you need to read more. You need to read more into the season.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Nice.
And today, we start off with protagonist and antagonist stories.
Okay.
So in the protagonist novels this week, better protagonist storyline. Baker Mayfield, Danny Dimes.
Baker. Much more likable. Much more fun.
What is there to hate about Daniel Jones?
Yeah, I've seen the Baker storyline, though. I kind of like this. Danny Dimes. Seems a little more soul. There's something behind those eyes.
He may be the best quarterback in Colts history. Eli said it last night.
That's great.
It's funny because Eli was right next to his brother.
I tried watching that again last night. I just can't do the Manning cast.
Not for me.
Not for me.
It's not for me. It's an audiobook. This is where the pages still smell like fresh library. Better antagonist storyline. The Eagles and Sirianni or the Chargers and Harbaugh?
It's Eagles and Sirianni. He's a douche.
Try to be respectful in the library here. Big Dom getting fined.
Hey, Mr. Douche.
$75,000 for Big Dom having a foot inside the texting line. Did you see that?
Really?
Yeah.
Good.
That's awesome.
Can't get him on the false starts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Find Big Dom.
Get you on the false octaves there.
Yeah, I'll go Eagles too. I hate them until the Chargers do it.
Yeah.
A lesser man would have been dead.
Yeah.
And Harbaugh isn't like a hateable guy like Sirianni is.
No. And I like Herbert.
Something about that face and those stories.
Locked, cocked, and ready to rock.
Oh, Jim. Keep it down. Library is still open. Worst heartbreak story in the wide receiver world of the NFL. CeeDee Lamb, Mike Evans.
Mike Evans, end of a career. You want to see him go out on top. You want to see him have another good year before he walks off into the sunset. So for me, it's Mike Evans.
Well, he avoided serious injury. Is what I read yesterday.
Yeah, hamstring.
A hamstring and a wide receiver, dude. That's tough.
And
yeah, but we've seen him with this stuff before. I think he's going to play 15 games and get 1,001 yards. That's going to be Mike Evans.
But CeeDee Lamb, we got another 10 years of that.
No,
guy,
that's true.
You know?
That's true.
And if I'm CeeDee Lamb, my high ankle sprain is season ending.
Oh yeah, I feel really terrible. I can't walk.
You're not playing for anything in Dallas.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. Mike Evans. That's fair. Go ahead.
More confusing story this year. The Denver Broncos, best team, right? Best defense, Bo Nix, Sean Payton, or the Houston Texans. Because we praised Denver. We said Denver going to be the best team, the best defense, and then we look at Houston. Wow, CJ just sophomore year, still a playoff team. You know, they got playoff wins. 0-3 in Houston.
Probably Denver, just because of the coach. the defense, the relationship that he and Bo Nix had last year. I mean, you look at a team like Houston, they got better over their last 2 years. They went from a wild card team to a divisional round team, right? But then they traded their, biggest offensive weapon, allegedly, their tackle. They reduced their offensive line. So by doing that, you're taking a step back. So the bigger, heartbreaking story is Denver,
I'd say, or
Heartbreaking how
more
loud your
confusing.
voices are.
I'd say more confusing is
confusing.
Yes, I'd say more confusing is Houston because of that division. I mean, that Texans Jags game was just like them inventing ways to lose.
That was an AFC South game.
God, that was just unbelievable. And they're actually really similar teams. It's actually a good comparison, but I'll go Houston.
Yeah, and I don't think that division is even close to being over because all those teams are bad.
Nope. Houston's they could still make the playoffs.
Seems the confusing sign is library voices on the front door. More of a fiction story. Marvin Harrison Jr. or Brian Thomas
It's
Jr.?
Marvin Harrison Jr. right now. He's let me down.
He has.
I mean, he was wide open the other day. Drops it. I mean, how do you drop that?
It's bad,
I
man.
mean, Kyler may have short-armed it.
But still, come on.
You got to catch it.
Yeah, come on. You got to catch it.
Got to catch that.
I don't know. I'm more confused by Brian Thomas, but more fiction. Yeah, more fiction is Marvin Harrison Jr. Brian Thomas has got some question marks, though. He didn't want to catch the football either.
You're the fantasy guy. He was a big pick. High pick.
Huge pick.
Do either like their quarterbacks or maybe they don't want in either situation.
Maybe.
I don't know.
He don't want to get hit.
Last book before the library closes. You can check one out. Who has the potential to have a better repeat story at MVP? Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen?
Josh Allen.
Oh, yeah. Josh Allen.
Going back-to-back, just like Lamar went back-to-back?
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to go 15-2, 16-1. I mean, legitimately, I think that's what the record's going to be.
Yeah, they got a tough one this week against the Saints.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. The Saints.
At home.
This is like, hey, who lost last week that shouldn't have lost because it was a look ahead?
Yep. Green Bay.
Right? We'll see where Sean McDermott is as a head coach. Like, you got the Saints, you're 3-0, you're riding high. Go stomp on the Saints, right? Like go eliminate the New Orleans Saints from life out there this weekend and send them home to regroup for next season. That's what good teams do in this type of situation. If you're, Buffalo and you're going to go 16-1 or 15-2, you got to beat down the New Orleans Saints.
Doors locked, doors shut, library closed. We'll be back open next Tuesday. Don't forget Sports Talk on 96.5 The Fan, presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series, Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversities, yet forcing him to fight for everything he's built and protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King out now, exclusively on Paramount Plus. We get back to it on the other side, and we get into one of the better topics of this show, or segments of the show. It is Tough Tuesdays. We'll get into it here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Isaiah Pacheco, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Lykans, and I can't think of any other reason why this season has been perfect other than the fact that you have the ability to grab a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka at the K, and now you can get Surfside absolutely anywhere across the Royals network, including your favorite outlets in Kansas. Grab a delicious Surfside today. It's only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles, so that means zero troubles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game or hanging out at a tailgate. Ask for Surfside at your local bar and liquor store and grab it at the game. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Here we go.
This week, it's a must-see matchup as Lamar and the Ravens visit Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Oh, my goodness.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Guys, this sports season, it's game on at Synergen X and Low T Center, the MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. Are you ready to tackle low energy and achieve your health goals like a pro? We've got a winning game plan with a personalized TRT. Book a free consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia or tickets for major sporting events. Female patients are also eligible. For more information to book an appointment, visit trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com.
Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That is GiveMeTheVin.com. We love to buy cars, and you're going to love GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
After 40 years and more than 8,000 five-star reviews, Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter is your go-to company for home service needs. Call Hamilton today for our $79 mainline drain cleaning special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King. New season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Whether you're looking for a Bronco, an Explorer, an F-150, or even a commercial vehicle, Robite Ford has the selection.
That's right, Kevin. We've got it all. And we've got the lowest prices in Kansas City. No gimmicks, just great deals on every new Ford.
And it's not just inventory, it's how you do business. Robite Ford makes it very simple.
We do it different on purpose. Non-commissioned sales team, upfront transparent pricing, top dollar trade-in values, and a process that's actually easy.
You've even got the reputation to back it up, Bobby. Kansas City's only top-rated Ford dealer on Google. 4.8 stars, 3,000 reviews. Wow.
And this year, we're proud to be voted Best Car Dealership in KC by Kansas City Magazine.
So if you're ready for a better car buying experience,
come see us at 135th and State Line or check us out at robsight.com.
From Broncos to F-150s to work trucks, Robite Ford has what you need.
If you want simple and easy, you're not going to find a better spot.
Robite Ford. Buy right. Drive happy.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Paid for client betrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side in Kearney, 35 southbound past 19th Street. Accident built delays back from before 6th Street. About a mile and a half of heavy traffic to get through. Inbound I-70 on the Missouri side, things are sluggish around Nolan. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan traffic.
A lot of people on the text line saying Andy should lose his job. Not Andy Reid, Andy Heck.
Well, I mean, we saw a wide receiver coach fired yesterday in the NFL.
And we saw an offensive coordinator be told by Raheem Morris, you will be now down on the field, not in the booth. Interesting. I mean, what do we say? The 1 week in the NFL is 10 games in baseball?
It is, yeah.
So we're 30 games in the MLB season.
Yeah.
Damn.
I do think I'd be a booth OC.
A booth OC would be better.
That's for sure.
Yeah, like that's where Al Saunders sat during all those years, and there's a lot less distraction. Like being an offensive play caller in the NFL, which is what Andy Reid is, how he's been able to be an effective play caller for this many years and an effective head coach for this many years doing both of those jobs on the sidelines is ridiculous because, talking to Al over the years is like, you're not just thinking about the play you're calling that play, and then you have 3 or 4 plays based on what happens on that play, and then you have to get that. Like, you're just constantly going, and I would just think about being on the field. Like, I wouldn't want that. Look, I'm spread out here, right? I've got papers here, I got a notebook here, I got a computer here, I got this here, I got that there. I need my space. I need that concentration, the ability to be up there and not have 85 different things going on, because when you're calling plays, it is a full-time, you're dialed-in job. You're thinking about every potential scenario out there. Oh, and then when you're a head coach, you got to call timeouts. You got to worry about the defensive side of the ball. You got to worry about personnel. You got to worry about so many different things that are happening, down there on the sidelines. That's why, what Andy Reid, what he's been able to accomplish and do makes it even more remarkable, because he's out there basically doing 2 jobs at one time, and both of those jobs are full-time, let's go type of jobs where it's hard to do both of them to the level of success that Andy Reid's had. That's why you don't see many coaches do a lot of that in the NFL.
He kind of bundles it together.
It's big bundle of suckers, man.
He does. He does a great job of it. But, instead of offensive coordinators and people trying to be Andy Reid, you got to find that lane for yourself. And I think sometimes being up in the booth for the offensive play caller maybe makes a lot of sense. I like the defensive guy being on the sidelines because I think it's more of an emotional position. The defensive coordinator, you're firing your guys up, you're doing all that kind of stuff. And, calling plays on defense, to me, and maybe I'm wrong about this, just isn't as intricate as it is on offense.
I
you know what
that.
I'm saying? Like, go out there and get the guy with the ball. On offense, you're designing schemes and plays to try to, find weaknesses and all of that. And I think sometimes sitting up top, you get a better view of the field as
100%.
well, and you can see
that safety's dropping down. And if we did that, exactly.
Now, does Andy have coaches up there that can tell them all that? Absolutely. But sometimes you see things differently. Everybody's their own person, right? You view things differently than I view things and whatnot. And so if you have somebody up in the booth giving you that information, that's great. But if you're up in the booth and you see all that, you're like, okay, I'll keep that in mind as I continue to make these play calls as we move forward. Like, I think you can spot a weakness a lot easier from when you're up high than when you're down low.
And whatever Brian Dayball's doing right now is not working.
So we get into Tough Tuesdays.
Did he get fired?
No.
No.
I said, damn, did my Tough Tuesdays go?
But he did leave the he did leave the Jackson start window open yesterday.
Yes, he did. He did a little bit. But it's 7:50 East Coast time on a Tuesday. You threw the Dayball thing out there. That's my first reaction. Yeah. He got fired already? It's Tuesday. Today's the day in the NFL where you see a lot of that kind of taking place, So now my Tough Tuesday is Brian Dayball. He's in a no-win situation with the Giants. The Cleveland Browns are also on my Tough Tuesday list as well. But Dayball right now, he's in a no-win situation. If he starts Jackson Dart and the kid doesn't play great, well, he's fired. If he continues with Russell Wilson, well, he's fired. So the guy's really in a tough bind right now. In a perfect world, you don't start Jackson Dart this year. But when 3/4 of your stadium is full of Chiefs fans and home of the Chiefs sounds as loud at the Meadowlands as it does at Arrowhead, owners take notice of that. Owners look at that kind of stuff and they go, you know what? Our fans aren't showing up. They're saying home of the Chiefs at our place? Man, we got to change some things. So it'll be real interesting to see for Dayball. And Cleveland, to me, is on the hot seat this week. Tough Tuesday because they finally get a win. They beat a good team. And then Deion Sanders is out here on the New Heights podcast bloviating about how his son is going to be the starter sometime this year.
Classic.
You wonder why teams did not want to draft Shedeur Sanders?
Can't get out of his own way. It's dad, dude.
Can we finally have that conversation about why teams did not want to draft Shedeur Sanders?
Because he's not good.
Well, there is that, too.
Yeah.
But there is that, but there's also dealing with the parent. And,
Constant.
And Little League parents are the worst. They get in the way. Like, Deion Sanders should not be commenting on the New Heights podcast about his son starting for the Cleveland Browns, especially after they just got a win.
Yeah.
It's like after a win in Little League or whatever it is. Hey, Dave, nice win today. You thought about starting Brandon a little bit more at middle back? I mean, just maybe have a good day, Brandon. Thank you very much.
We don't do that in the NFL. That's why teams did not want to take him. And, the Lamar Jackson story that he told where Shador told the Ravens, no, don't draft me. I don't want to back up Lamar for 10 years. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but it's more of those issues of headaches that people just don't want to deal with. And in the NFL and in life in general, you just want to reduce those people at your workplace that make it difficult every day to go in. And if you got to go in every day and get a call from a parent. So I feel bad for the Cleveland Browns, sort of. They put themselves in this situation too, though.
Tough Tuesday for me. I don't know if it should go to the University of Clemson or to Dabo Swinney.
Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. Coach Sweeney's got that drip, and now he's on TikTok.
Oh! I came into the room and I saw a guy named Dabo Swinney. I said, hey, Swinney, you wouldn't even be able to think, what's my weenie? Oh! Andrew Dice Clay, by the way, 67 years old, sold out Madison Square Garden twice in the 80s. Look, Dabo Swinney, it's tough, man. You're going here in press conferences. You're doing all these weird speeches. You don't need an IL. You don't need the transfer portal. You're getting your ass kicked. It's a downfall in Clemson.
That's a mistake. But why are we held to a different standard from all these other teams?
Because you've won.
Who ain't ever won nothing. We're not perfect, and we may suck this year. We may lay a freaking egg and go 6-6.
You better not. You better don't, man. If you go 6-6, those boosters and those alumni will be like, "What's his buyout? $50 million? How about this for NIL?" Dabo Swinney.
Well,
we'll use NIL money to put towards our university to patch up that $60 million buyout, and you can go run down another hill for somebody else.
If he goes 6-6, most people would just look the other way. But when you go 6-6 and you're a douche along the way, again, you got to be nice to people on the way up, because on the way down, we're all moving out of the way and we're letting you fall to your death.
I just love Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up.
Have you
the
heard
clock.
the real one
Coach
before?
Sweeney's got that drip, and now he's on TikTok.
Oh!
Hickory dickory dock. Jack and Jill went up the hill, fetch a pail of water. Jill came down with $250. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Andrew Dice Clay, by the way? Not the greatest human being, but
I've heard that name. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Comedian in the 80s, as Dusty said. Big, Jersey guy,
Yeah.
Rocky!
You know the song, You're Unbelievable? Oh. That's him doing the, oh.
Really?
Yeah, I just found that out. I went down
I
to
did not know that.
I just found this out yesterday. I went down to Andrew Dice Clay rabbit hole because I saw that video.
Oh, that video.
And I was like, what does this remind me of? I'm like, oh, it reminds me of the Dice Man.
No, it's Andrew Dice Clay. Yeah.
Johnny Bananas, an entourage. How you doing? Oh.
Yeah, Hickory Dickory Dock and Jack and Jill went up the hill.
Can't really repeat the rest of it.
No, you really can't. No. Yeah, no. Look it up.
It's not the greatest comedy, but it is kind of interesting.
I mean, it's just wrong. It's just vulgar.
I just love that Dabo answers his own question. Why are we held to a different standard? Teams that haven't won anything. Well,
because you won.
Yeah, you just answered it. Because you've won.
Why are we holding Cree and Trey to a different standard this year?
Like
you done got paid.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if Bill Self did that.
No, he wouldn't. No. Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're held to a different standard, and now we might suck this year. Well, Bill, you say that in Lawrence. Goodbye.
Somebody else had a situation recently, too, where they're ripping the fan base.
Probably Gundy. I mean, he's got a tough Tuesday.
He's having a tough Tuesday, too, man. That guy, it's time for him to bounce. It's way past its time. Who's your tough Tuesday, Mac?
I don't know, Tough Tuesdays, 3 coaches. Lane Kiffin. His daughter, Landry Kiffin, posted a picture on Instagram debuting, hard launching her relationship with star linebacker for LSU, Whit Weeks, who plays this weekend. LSU and Ole Miss.
Nice.
So Whit Weeks, awesome Tuesday
Whit
for
Weeks.
you.
What does his dad do? He's got to be an attorney in Baton Rouge.
You got Lane Kiffin's daughter to hard launch your relationship.
His name is what again?
Whit Weeks.
Whit Weeks.
The week that he plays you. It's awesome. This is great.
How
Tough
do
Tuesday.
you know, Whit Weeks?
He's pretty cool. He was featured heavily in the SEC doc on Netflix.
His dad was a hell of a baseball player named Ricky.
I wish.
I don't think they're the same.
No, Whit Weeks definitely grew up in Mission Hills. There's no question about that. Salmon slacks, loafers, no socks. Yeah, the whole 9 yards.
Hell yeah.
Mission Hills resident or LSU football player. Yeah.
Yes.
Dating Lane Kiffin's daughter. You got to love it. Does she go to LSU?
I think she goes to. I thought she went to Ole Miss. I know
Well,
one
you
of his
should.
kids
It's
did.
free if you're a state employee.
Exactly.
Judging by the photo they shared, I think she visits, quite frankly,
Yes, I think
a
so.
lot
I think
at
so.
Ole Miss. Or LSU.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's at Ole Miss, right? And
Lane Kiffin,
and
yep.
she's dating this guy at LSU.
Starting middle linebacker.
Ole Miss is a better place to go visit than Baton Rouge is. Now, maybe not the actual game, but the pregame stuff is.
Oh, yes.
I mean, you got the Grove, and
it's so fun.
Hearing
Oxford's
about
great.
George Brett tell me stories about tailgating in the Grove. I mean, like it
gets rowdy.
It does, man. Seeing videos about that and all that great stuff over the years. So that's a great place to go tailgate. LSU is a bucket list for me to go watch a football
100%.
game. A night game in Baton Rouge.
That'd be
I
sick.
mean, I don't know that there's much better from a college football standpoint than a night game down there at Tiger Stadium. I think that'd be great.
Rocky Top.
I was going to say, other than Knoxville, I agree with you.
You agree with me, right?
Other than Knox, I'm right there with you. Yeah, Baton Rouge is
Yeah,
electric.
you got to take your biases
Yes,
out. Like
yes.
other than Allen Fieldhouse, you can have Cameron Indoor and all that
What
other
is-
crap.
What does Baton Rouge hold? Like 100,000?
Yeah, it's
right
bigger
there.
than
It's
Rocky Top, right?
Is it? I don't know. I
Is
don't
it?
think so.
No,
I think
it's not?
Neyland's like top
Okay.
3 or top 4.
And
but-
Clemson is another place I'd love to go to a night game in Death Valley. I'd love to see a night game there at Clemson. I'll wait till they fire Dabo.
yes, exactly.
Right. Yeah, that's golly.
Tickets will be cheap soon.
Yeah, the LSU Tiger Football Stadium holds 102,321.
Wow, so it'll actually be right there because Neyland's at like 101, 102. So
Aren't
yeah,
they
they're-
like trying to just challenge each other in the SEC and just add bleachers?
yes, at this point, yes. We've got 1,000 more. Well, we're talking about 100,000, so great.
Yeah.
Yeah, capacity at Rocky Top, 101,915.
What was LSU?
102.
So LSU
So they
is
got
bigger,
us.
yeah.
Dang it.
It is what it is. Coming up on the other side, we play a game. We play Flashback Brett Veach game here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Lykins. Let me tell you about my friends over at GiveMeTheVin.com because I'm sure you've got a car that you're trying to get rid of. Well, I can tell you how to do it easily with GiveMeTheVin.com because they want to buy your car, whether it is your daily driver pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. So say goodbye to dealing with all those dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com and entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes. That is way above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations or they'll even come to you. It's as easy and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. Hit it, boys.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
With 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best Mayo. It has a yellow lid and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
Chiefs coverage sponsored by Renard Garage Door, RENNER, forward and back.
Hey, it's almost Andy Reid. Renard Garage Door has proudly served our community for decades. The best styles, technology, and family values. That's Renard. Get your free repair or replacement quote today. Forward and back.
RENNER, RENNER.
Hey, September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, which is the second common form of cancer among men. There are many risk factors like age, race, and family history, but there are lifestyle and prevention tips to help minimize your risk of prostate cancer. Eat a balanced diet rich in fruits, vegetables, and lean proteins. Stay active with regular exercise. Maintain a healthy weight. Limit high-fat and processed foods. Don't smoke. Guys, encourage men in your life to talk to their doctor about prostate health. Zero's Run Walk is coming to Kansas City. Help raise funds and awareness for prostate cancer. Early detection saves lives. Don't wait. Visit kcuc.com today. At KCUC, you see the best in KC.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side 35 northbound heavy from 635 up towards Mission with an accident. 35 southbound, a slow rolling from before the state line. Stays heavy not quite to South 7th Street trafficway with an earlier problem now off to the shoulder. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Listen to the Chiefs and Ravens on Sunday with pregame starting at noon. Kickoff at 3:25 with Mitch, Danon, and Kling. Right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2. Kansas City in Odyssey Sports Station.
Back at it on a Tuesday here on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey as well. With you coming up in a little bit, Dana Hughes. He'll join the show. And then at 9 o'clock, Josh Brisco joins us as well. You can always hear Josh Brisco pre and post, and you can hear Dana Hughes pre and post and during the game.
That's right.
He is the color commentator with Mitch Holtis and Josh Klingler on the Chiefs Radio Network.
My mother sent me a text last night, and she goes, "Would you please have Josh do this on the next game?" And it was Aaron Glenn running down the sidelines and dancing. And so I sent it to Josh. I said, my mother would like you to do this, in the next game. And he goes, probably not going to happen.
And then cue it up to, what is it, Earth, Wind, and Fire?
Yeah, that was the one.
Oh, so good. Do you remember?
We didn't talk enough about Aaron Glenn's run last night. The best part about that thing is he's dancing and celebrating. Minute 26 later, they lose. Like a minute 26 anymore in the NFL, guys. You give the ball back to somebody with the kickers the way that the kickers are right now, you better have a 4-point lead, and you better not play prevent defense. A minute 26 is an eternity anymore in the NFL and giving guys an opportunity. What did we see last night? Like inside 2 minutes, how many possession changes were there in the first half? It felt like 20 inside the 2-minute mark of the first half last night, right? So you've got to do a better job of, staying on the field at one point in time, but also getting the other team off the field. A minute 26 to go. You're not celebrating a win in the NFL yet.
It ain't over till it's over. So interesting season so far for the Chiefs when it comes from a fan base, because I thought a lot of people were a little bit more. And again, I say a lot of people, that's vague. I think that most people were happy with the win, obviously, last week, but it was kind of interesting because they lose to Philadelphia, and, you kind of go back like, this team will be fine. I know they're 0-2. Travis Kelce's, drop pass in the end zone and a missed field goal. We left 10 points on the board. Should have done this. I think they'll be all right. And then they beat the Giants, and a lot of people are like, man, this team's got a lot of problems. And you're like, they won 22-9.
By 2 touchdowns.
They won 22-9. And it's like, where I thought the attitude would be, because, I wasn't satisfied with that win. There was a lot of things that could have been fixed. The team right now is a piece of Swiss cheese. It's good. It does it for you. It supplies what you need for the sandwich, but there are holes in it, and it stinks. And that's where the Chiefs are at right now. There are holes that stink out loud. We talked about the offensive line. We've talked about the running game. We've talked about certain things as well that are just not there. And, you kind of get the same sort of feel. You go out and do stuff in local places as well, whether it be the J, whether it be Hy-Vee, wherever it may be, and people come up to you and talk about it. And I think you get the same sort of back and forth from different perspectives as well.
Yeah, it was just different being out in the wild yesterday versus seeing what, the text line or social media or stuff like that says. I think sometimes you go out in the wild and you talk to the people and you get a better feel for what's really going on, except for, some people venting at on X or wherever the case may be. I think you get a better perspective of people, because walking around yesterday, the amount of people that I ran into that were excited about this win pales in comparison to what you see on social media. I was talking to my man Jerry at the J. He goes, we got to win. Thank goodness, man. Thank goodness we got to win. I'm like, yeah, that's all that matters, right? I talked to my man Justin at the J. He goes, I don't effing care how we won. A win is all that matters. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care if we win. Another guy, Froman from Hy-Vee. You've seen him over there, 135th and Antioch. You know Froman down there at Hy-Vee, one of the great Chiefs fans of all time, KJ. He says to me yesterday, I'm there looking at the fish. He goes, hey, I don't care if we win 1-0. We won. That's all that matters, is that we won. And then on my text thread with my college buddies, they're like, we just needed a win. Glad we got it. Move on. And then I'm talking or listening to WFAN yesterday out of New York, and Boomer Esiason comes on the air and starts the show. The Giants just got their ass kicked by the Chiefs. And we're here yesterday complaining about this team that won by 2 touchdowns, right? And then you get out into the wild and you hear it. It's almost like parenting for me, right? We're very, very hard on our children, right? We want the best for them. We expect the best for them. We push them to be the best, right? We're very rigid when it comes to our own children. We want them to see success. We want them to realize success. We're hard on them to get success. Even though we realize, what, A's and B's are pretty good. A-pluses are probably out of the equation for all of this. I think that's kind of where we are right now with this football team. Are they an A-plus football team? No. Maybe Buffalo is, but again, they gave up 40 to a Ravens team that can't get out of their own way right now. That looks a little bit different. But I think right now we're just very, 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 very critical of our team from a radio perspective, from a social media perspective, that when you get outside, there were a lot of really happy people yesterday that the Chiefs finally got a win, and they were excited about it. And they were just really happy that this team got a win. And that's kind of where I am with this one right now. You can't take wins for granted in the NFL, right? You just can't, especially 13-point wins. That's a 2-touchdown victory over the New York Giants. Not many teams are winning by that kind of margin in this day and age of the NFL. And was it a perfect performance? No. Did they pass? Did they get their work done? Did they check all the boxes that you needed to get the victory that day? Yes. Is there room for improvement? You bet there's room for improvement, but you also have to continue to think about that big prize. That's a win in the NFL. Those are hard to come by, as we've seen right here in Kansas City this year and also elsewhere, right? Look at Baltimore. They're probably having the same conversations and whatnot about their football team right now. They've got to try to figure it out. So we are very critical of our team. And then you realize that, you know what? We're still a pretty damn good football team, and people were really happy yesterday and relieved that we got that win. And now it's on to Baltimore. Let's see what we can do. Get back to 500. And the vibe yesterday was just really good, I thought, from people in town.
There are holes in this team. Obviously, you can be critical of them if you want, or you can also praise it. But 8 games within the second week or third week of the season, 8 games total, had double-digit victories in week 3 for the NFL. Flashback questions.
That's about half.
Yep. Flashback questions, right? Like, we look at the season where you would maybe change things from the past. Let's play flashback with Brett Veach. Would you have rather drafted a running back, or would you have rather stuck with Norman Lott and Gelati?
Well, I'm going to stick with what I got because I don't know what I have right now. So I really can't make a full-time decision on that. If Gelati and Lott become these guys that are like unbelievable world beaters, like a Chris Jones light along the defensive line, I'm happy with those guys. I don't know. I don't have enough information right now to go on that one.
Over one of those guys, yeah, not both of them, yeah, but it's tough to choose which one because you said Bob.
I don't know. Yeah.
Right now, I'd go over Gelati. Norman Lott looks like he could be a real player. But I'll go. And that's really the reason I wrote those two guys specifically, Bob, is that's the second and third round picks for the Kansas City Chiefs, and that was really the honey hole for the running back spot.
Right.
So
I'd
go yes. Yep. I'd say yes over Gelati.
If you're also looking to flip your script where they have over the last couple of years, and that's be a defensive-minded football team, if you didn't draft those guys on defense, who's on your defensive line this year, right? I mean, you had to go back and get why did we get Derek Nottie again? He stinks. Yep. He's 2 years behind. Of when he was actually really good. But you got to let these young guys play. So I don't know what we have in these. I don't think it's correct to make a decision on whether or not they made a wrong draft pick 3 games into a season when we really haven't gotten enough body of work from those guys. I'd like to see more.
In my opinion, I think this exercise is less about Norman Lott or Gelati and saying they're bad or good and more about what else this team needs and if it's more than that.
Yeah, and maybe the running back that they wanted wasn't there and they weren't going to reach for a running back. We won't know if any of these running backs that were drafted second, third, fourth round are going to be, we're 3 weeks into the season. We don't know if anybody missed or hit on draft picks other than Shedeur Sanders.
One more before we go to break. Would you have paid McDuffie or would you have paid Trey Smith?
Probably McDuffie.
Me too. For sure.
Okay. We'll have a couple more a little bit later in the show.
Doesn't mean they can't pay McDuffie, though.
Right, yeah. And we'll do that a little bit later. We've got a couple more on there to go flashback style, Brett Veach edition. But coming up next, it is the former wide receiver, Dana Hughes, and color commentator for the Chiefs Radio Network. He joins us next, plus one word with Mac Morey here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is George Karlaftis, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, let me tell you about my friends over at QC Kinetics. If you're waking up this morning, you're saying, man, my knee is really bothering me. I just don't know what to do, or my elbow really hurts, or my back is out of whack. I don't know what to do. I've tried a lot of this other stuff, and nothing's working. Well, it's time to flip the script and call QC Kinetics. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, but actually help heal and restore. And the results are long-term, lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, plan it around life. Plan it around walking the dog for as long as you want, or plan on playing with the kids until they get tired. If you're waking up without joint pain, that's great. But if you're waking up with joint pain, call QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no long-term recovery, just a smarter, natural way to get your freedom back. So grab your MRIs and x-rays, and they'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so there's no reason to wait. Call QC Kinetics now at 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Appointments available on Saturday with QC Kinetics.
Gear? Check. Snacks? Check. Tires? Not so much. I didn't have time to deal with this, so I asked my friend. Her answer was simple. Take it to Telly, she said, and I'm so glad I did. They didn't just take care of my tires, they took care of me. We got you, they said, and they did. Fast, friendly, and stress-free. Now I know when life throws you a red card, take it to Telly. Stay in the game. Take it to Telly.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate Pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Globe Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app, is coming soon to the Show Me State. New Missouri customers can download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. And when we go live, place just a $5 bet to unlock $300 in bonus bets. Starting November 17th, you can create your DraftKings Sportsbook account in Missouri and get ready for launch day on December 1st. DraftKings Sportsbook brings you everything you need to elevate your game day, including live in-game betting, lightning-fast payouts, and endless ways to get in on the action, all right from your phone. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and grab $300 in bonus bets with just a $5 bet when we go live December 1st. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Physically present in Missouri. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Excludes customers who redeem pre-launch sign-up offer. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
On the Kansas side, in Olathe, 35 northbound, gets heavy around Old 56 Highway, stays very slow up towards 119th Street with a problem. And then past that, things are still a little slow around Mission with an earlier accident. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
You hear him on game days in the booth.
Quickly, they get chunky and funky with stretching the fields vertically.
And Thursday nights at 6 during Players Only.
Spitfire, hot fire take.
Here's Chiefs Radio Network color analyst Dana Hughes on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
That's right. It's Tuesday, 7:20-ish, 7:19. Dana Hughes will join us now as he is brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the benefit of blue. And also brought to you by Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of beers. Dana, how are you on this? Well, kind of a soaked, drenched Tuesday morning, but cleanse the hate and bring on the beautiful, right?
Yes. Good morning. I am definitely doing okay. I'm doing better than I did last week and the week before because we got a win, so all is good.
And Iowa put up 38 points on Friday night. How about
in
that?
one game?
Yeah, dude.
Yes.
How about those Buckeyes, man?
We are an offensive juggernaut. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Wow, 38 points in one game is magical.
Hey, man, when you walk out of this building in Kansas going, man, that under of 41.5 is a lock, and then you see that Iowa put up 38 themselves, you're humbled quick. Let's get into what that game was on Sunday night. I'll be honest, a piss-poor first half, but then in the second half, it seemed like this team kind of turned and clicked into something that maybe felt a little more comfortable. What did you notice from the first half to the second half?
I just noticed that this team is still trying to figure out who they are, figure out their identity. They keep themselves in the games, and we should be kind of comfortable. I don't know if comfortable is the right word. I should say we should be used to this based on the close games that we were able to win last year and get to the promised land like we did. So, I mean, if that's what this team is going to be, a version of last year's team that got to the Super Bowl that, flirted with an undefeated season for a large part of it, then so be it. Yeah, we have to get our heart medicine together and, buckle up for the whole season. But they figured out a way to win. And I've said it for these last couple of weeks. Take the top 2 receivers off of any team in the NFL, and they'd probably be 0-3 or 1-2, and that's where we are. So, it's still early in the season. I'm glad they were able to grind out a win. We got a somewhat of a gauntlet of teams that, in our schedule coming up. You talk about going to Jacksonville on Monday night, but Baltimore and then, Buffalo down the road. So we got to figure things out. But a win is a win, and I'll take it every day of the week.
Yeah, that's where I am. The older I get, I just care about winning games, right? You can leave your style points and all that on the cutting room floor and just give me a victory and find a way to get it done. And they did that, and they did it with Tyquan Thornton. I'm excited to watch him as wide receiver number 3 when we get Rice and Worthy back. Now, all of a sudden, Dana, you got 3 wide receivers that could be pretty special in this offense.
Yeah, you know what? I am very impressed with Tyquan, and first of all, I love guys that, the underdogs, maybe supposed to be the number 5, number 6 receiver, coming into the season. If everybody's healthy, I don't know if we would see much of him on the field, and then taking advantage of his opportunities. I mean, we've seen this throughout the course of history. You can go back to guys like, even Mark Bowrichter and other guys that were the number 4, number 5 receivers, and then they make big plays for us. So I just love that story. Part of it is kind of what my career was, not necessarily with his speed, but just a guy that maybe you just don't know what you're going to get from him. You maybe typecast him into something, and then he becomes something else. And I think that's great. I love the fact that Andy Reid has embraced it, and even more so, the confidence shown by Patrick Mahomes towards him is very similar to the confidence that we've seen with Patrick and Travis, where I'm going to you, I believe in you. Okay, you didn't make that play, but I'm going right back to you, and I'm going to give you another opportunity. And I feel like that's a testament to leadership. I think that's something that galvanizes a team in the locker room because guys know, okay, he's not the first-round pick. He's not Xavier Worthy. He's not Rashee Rice. But, darn it, he's good. And hopefully they get him the ball. And then all of a sudden, guess what? They're getting him the ball. And they're getting him the ball again. And he's getting more plays on the field. So, regardless of what the depth chart says, regardless of what, who's the bright, shiny coin as far as draft picks and part of game plans, the fact that he's maximizing his opportunities and he's garnering the confidence of Matt Nagy, Andy Reid, and most importantly, Patrick Mahomes, I love it.
Dana, you were on a team that had a couple of superstars and, some greats in the NFL, Marcus Allen and Joe Montana. I bring this up because this is now a 3rd week in a row where there's been some sort of like Travis Kelce, not necessarily a blow up, but kind of this week was a little bit more, characterized more than others. When you see it, maybe once or twice from like a Joe or a Marcus, and it's like, once every, great while, you're kind of like, all right, that guy's pissed. He's the leader of this team. We should probably pay attention. It's now 3 weeks in a row. We've seen Travis Kelce kind of get out of his character and kind of show a lot of emotion. I'd like to know what your opinion is on that, and then where you stand, like when it comes from a team aspect of seeing that week after week after week so far this season.
So for me as a player, I will say this. I was never the guy that was the rah-rah guy, the scream and yell guy, whether it was in high school, college, or definitely not the pros. But I understood that everybody has their own ways to tackle adversity. They have their own ways to get themselves fired up, have their own ways to stay engaged in a game. Yeah, I've been on the field with Derek Thomas and the helmets being slammed. I've been on the field with Dale Carter and his crazy ways, and yet those guys were all pro, and they figured things out, and they made big plays. The one thing that always comes to my mind whenever I played with a guy like that or whenever I watch guys like that is what's your effort saying? I know what your mouth is saying. I know what your abilities can say. Obviously part of the game plan and part of, practices, and I know what the play calling is saying, and I see what the defense is doing, or I see what the offense is doing to try to stop you and your superstardom on the field. But what's your effort saying? Because as a player, and even going back to those blue-collar kind of guys, because most of the guys on the team are those blue-collar guys, even though they're high-paid, Creed Humphrey, the Trey Smiths, these guys, those are blue-collar guys that are on the field. They just grind. They're going to be the dirtiest. They're going to be the sweatiest. They're going to be, they're going to have the most bandages when they get on the plane back to Kansas City. But when you're in that meeting room, and I know what antics that you displayed on the sideline, whether you were screaming at other teammates, whether you were part of that rally before the game where everybody's huddled up around you and you're screaming and, getting everybody hyped up. Is that translating to your efforts on the field? Mm-hmm. That's, to me, what speaks volumes about leadership. Because anybody can, I was a captain for 4 years. I went out for the coin toss. Did that make me a leader? I don't know. I would like to think that my effort and what I brought to the field made me one of the leaders on the team. But from being that guy with the voice and then being the guy with the voice with the stardom and the guy with the voice and the stardom and the money and the accolades, you got to be also supporting that with your effort. And that's what I watch on film. That's what I watch from the booth is, okay, yeah, somebody's going to start yelling. Somebody's going to get in someone's face. That's all part of football. It's all part of your competitive juices, whether it's coaches and players, whether it's players and players. All of that's part of it. I get it. But then what did you do the next play? What did you do the next series? Did you chase somebody down from behind on the defensive side? Did you get that extra block on the sideline when it was necessary? That's what I think translates. And if it doesn't, and this is what we got to be careful about, if it doesn't, then that's when you start losing the locker room. That's when guys start tuning you out as that so-called leader. So that's why I'm hoping that these guys that are fired up, that get in each other's face, that are, the so-called leaders of the team are recognizing that, hey, my voice and chest bumping with Andy Reid and getting in the face of the coordinators and each other, that's only going to go but so far. Because everybody's going to watch that film on Monday and wonder, okay, well, what did you do on that run play that was away from you? What did you do when you didn't keep contain on the quarterback? Or, did you chase down somebody? Did you drive somebody into the ground and pancake block them when it wasn't your play? What else was happening? So I think that those are the things that are going to keep my attention going forward, because otherwise the screaming and yelling becomes hollow.
Are you seeing that effort from Travis Kelce from where you are in this, from the booth or from the practices or all the 22 games you watch?
I see some of it, but again, it's one of those deals where the louder you are vocally, the more I need to see it. You know what I mean? Yep. It's one of those deals because now, it gets tiresome when you only thing you do is you hear it. I'm not saying this to disparage those guys. I do believe they are true leaders. I do believe that throughout their careers they've exemplified leadership on the field as playmakers. But now we're in uncharted territory at 1-2, and we're seeing a trend where the voices are getting louder on the sidelines. So guess what? When the voices get louder, my eyes get wider as a player, and my eyes are going to be now looking, okay, is this guy just talking the talk or is he walking the walk? Can I follow him, into the fire because he's, driving people down the field. He's taking his double teams and running his full routes so that I can get open on the other side. Is all of these things happening, or is it just going to be about the noise that I'm going to walk away from on the sideline when he's screaming on one end.
And Dana, this is the first time, too, a lot of these guys have had to deal with adversity. We've seen them lead when they're winning. It's easy to be a leader when you're winning, right? It's easy to do all that.
Yeah.
Real leaders show who they are in times of toughness. And right now, for probably the first time in their careers together, they're facing adversity during the regular season.
Yeah, and the players know. I mean, I don't know if you guys know. I'm sure you guys are aware of it, and maybe some of the listeners don't understand the true depth of film study. There's a difference between watching film and studying film. And then there's a component of studying film that is the accountability. Because I can get, I was in a situation where, in 1997, we played the Denver Broncos in the playoffs. I kicked the dude, got a penalty. Next play, they throw the ball to Ed McCaffrey. He runs down the sideline, like a 60-yard gain. They get in position to score. I can come to the sideline and scream and yell and complain and say, I didn't kick him, I didn't hit him. That was bogus. He hit me first, blah, blah, blah. All of that stuff, which happens all the time. But you know what? Monday morning, when the film turns on, I got nothing. All I can do is be like, you know what? All those antics on the sideline, yeah, in the heat of the moment, maybe I didn't realize it, maybe I blacked out, all that stuff, but the accountability is right in front of me, as well as the other 52 guys plus the practice squad guys that are watching this film.
Dana, before we let you get out of here,
that's where they are.
Before we let you get out of here, do we need to audition kickers?
No. I'm going to give him some leeway. Harrison Bucker's made some big kicks for us. I think he'll get back on track.
All right. Well, you got a big one versus Indiana this week, Danon. So you know what that guy says. Google me, and we'll find out if he Googled Iowa's score last week. Danon, we'll talk to you next week. Have a good call on Sunday at 3:25 and a dynamite matchup between the Ravens.
All right, guys. Thanks.
That is Danon Hughes, brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the benefit of blue, and also brought to you by Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
One word.
First name is Blake, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No.
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of three, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
1, 2, 3.
Oatmeal raisin. I want to start one word off with a text I just got from my friend Paul about his parents, and this is directed right at Dusty.
Hi, Paul.
Paul's on a plane. His parents are on a plane right now at the same time going to different places. He sends me this text. I said, where are your parents going? They're going to Long Island. Some friends gave them tickets to the Ryder Cup practice rounds.
Wow.
One word, Dusty.
Horny.
That's what I thought it would be. Yeah, I love
know
it.
that I'm hard.
I've been watching it. I'm not a golfer, but this is America versus the world. Let's go, baby.
I mean,
USA.
Wrap yourself in the flag this weekend, baby. Bethpage Black.
How about that? Here's free tickets to a practice round at the Ryder Cup.
That's incredible.
I'd pay for those.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Oh, man, I'd come back looking like that God Bless America guy. I'd have an American flag shirt.
Hello,
I'd have
America.
Statue of Liberty pants. I'd have, little glasses that said Home of the Free and the Brave.
Can you get that geeked up for the practice rounds, though?
Oh.
Yeah, I think so. I think you can.
When we turn the TV on Friday morning, the Ryder Cup starts, and all of a sudden you see everybody out there, and it looks like America just...
Especially, it's going to be a mess. It's New York, it's America,
and
it's
get
the Ryder Cup.
Chambly the hell out of here.
I mean, it's going to be wild there in Long Island. I've been anticipating this for a while now, hearing about all the setup and everything that's been going on and the excitement and the New York aspect of this thing. I just don't know what's going to happen, man. I think it's going to be awesome. That's really cool that they're going to that practice. Would you rather do that, the Masters, or what would be the ultimate if I could get you practice round tickets? And I'm saying practice round because I'm cheap. If I get you practice round tickets to any golf outing, which one would it be?
Oh, it's Augusta.
Is it Augusta? Okay.
Yeah, it's God's country.
One word, Monday Night Football.
Fumble.
111 points through 3 games for the Ravens. They have a losing record. First team to do that in NFL history.
Yeah, fumble, because 3 times now this season, Derrick Henry has fumbled. And that's what I took away from last night. That guy can be had, that guy can be got, that guy can be stripped of the football. So go after it this week here in Kansas City. 3 straight games, 2 huge, costly fumbles for Derrick Henry. They can be 2-1 if Derrick Henry protects the football.
Could be 3-0.
Could be 3-0, yeah.
Electric. I think that game was as advertised. I mean, the over-under was, 53.5. They scored over 60. Both teams played, at their capacity. I mean, Jared Goff looks like they figured it out after week 1. They got beat by the Packers, then they beat the Bears, and they beat the Ravens. I mean, good for them. They get the Chiefs in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and it's like now we're 3 weeks in. It's like, they lost to a great Packers team that was ready, and it was a revenge game. They had more motivation than the Lions did that week. So, yeah, there's some reasons for that.
Maybe the Chiefs lost to 2 great teams at the start of their season as well.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I think that is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Combined record 6-0.
Yeah,
no, it is true. It is true. Just, the frustration for me would lie more on the Chiefs.
Sure.
I mean, you'd love to start with the Carolina Panthers at noon on Sunday in your opener. It's just where we are in life right now.
I'd love to have the Buffalo Bills schedule.
Yeah, absolutely.
We play in the West, they play in the East. It is what it is.
Yep, and a lot of people would have said that about our Chiefs a few years ago.
Yeah,
with the AFC West,
it's so cyclical, you know, it really is.
It is, except for the AFC East has
always
been
bad. But that's on them.
Yep.
I was listening to something yesterday, and they were talking about already replacing, Dayball in New York and what they need to do. Look at all these coaches that are really coming on the scene now that are successful. They're guys that have done it before, man. Got to stop hiring these 35-year-old offensive coordinators. Harbaugh's got his team back. They will be fine in Las Vegas after they revamp that roster. That's a good hire down there. All of these coaches that have done it before are the ones that are kind of having that success right now. It's hard to be a coach in the NFL.
It's hard to be a left tackle in the NFL. We talked about it for 4 months. We need one. Well, we got one. Josh Simmons, every metric, every advanced stat, everything. He looks to be the guy. One word. I just put this in because I wanted to talk about it because we don't get to talk about him anymore because of everything else happening. One word on Josh Simmons.
I'm just going to use one word that I've got is stud. It's hard to say an offensive lineman is a stud. It's easy to see that this guy's a stud.
Yeah, I would say advertised. First round pick.
Who you talk to?
Yeah, true. First round pick. He's done his job. He obviously is. You see the metrics in the stats and the next gen stats. He's doing what he's supposed to do as left tackle, and it's his first year. He's played 3 games in the NFL. Imagine what this kid's going to look like in 2-3 years from now.
One word, Kelsey. Fans are now alleging that, or I guess insinuating that he was ticked off that last night about the coaching staff, about the play calls, about the lack of production.
You know what I'm ticked off about? You dropping a pass against the Eagles in the end zone.
Yep.
And enough with the play calls and the yelling and all of that kind of stuff. Now, unless you were yelling about Jawan Taylor.
Yeah, it is.
Which is my case. I think he was yelling about Jawan Taylor at that point in time. But over is the one word I'll use. You heard Danon. That's the nicest way Danon could say, play better.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're going to talk it, you got to walk it.
Yeah.
I would say the one word that describes Travis Kelce right now is pressure. I think this is his last game, and I think he wants everything to be perfect. And as we all know, we've all seen, it's not been perfect. And stress and time is starting to hit him a little bit differently, and he wants everything to be perfect. He wants to be a well-oiled machine. This is not a well-oiled machine. There's a lot of rust on this vehicle that needs to be knocked off. So my one word for Travis Kelce's antics would be pressure.
Yeah, that's a good one. But also, too, Travis needs to understand you're missing your top 2 wide receivers right now. Things will get better. We're just used to being able to replace anybody and anybody at any point in time. Well, that doesn't work anymore. And sometimes I think to myself, boy, I wish we would have gotten away from maybe some of these guys a little bit earlier so we don't have to talk about the decline of their careers, right? Here we are potentially talking about that decline of Travis Kelce's career, him yelling on the sidelines. I don't want to talk about that. I don't like that. I don't want him to have his last year be one that's like this and the way that it started with yelling on the sidelines for 3 years. So I'm putting out the jam to Travis Kelce right now. Stop. Just stop. Go out there and play. Calm down a little bit. I know things aren't working the way that you want, but you're not with a full complement of weapons at this point in time. Take a deep breath. Go out there. Use that emotion and energy in the right way, not the wrong way. Now, if you were yelling about Jawan Taylor, I'm all on your side about that one.
Still technically alive are the Kansas City Royals.
Hell yes, they are. They're going into tonight's game. Well, it's a West Coast game. Where does the Detroit-Cleveland? That's an early game, yeah.
One word, potential last week of baseball for the Royals.
Fun. That's what you want. Anybody who's complaining about the Royals this year, I understand they set a playoff team, but we're going into the final 6 games and they're still technically alive for the playoffs. We begged for this 3 years ago. Now here we are. We got it. It's been a fun, interesting season for the Kansas City Royals.
My one word, which will piss a lot of people off, is alive.
Yeah.
They're not eliminated.
They're not.
Still there. Coming up on the other side, what are you more confident in? We'll give you 2 different sports, but 1 local team. That doesn't make sense. 1 local city, 2 different sports. We'll get what more confidence you have in either one of them here next on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City sports.
What the hell was that?
This is Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're trying to sell your house or you're looking to buy that perfect home, there's only one phone call that you need to make, and that's to my friend Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team, because she is the secret weapon when it comes to real estate in Kansas City. Every Kansas City neighborhood has its own buyer preferences and price points. Dawn Sharp at the Sharp Homes team, deep understanding of various neighborhoods means they know exactly what buyers in your specific market are looking for and are willing to pay. That's the cool thing about Dawn and her team. It's not a cookie-cutter listing. It is specific to you, specific to your location, and they know what motivates buyers to buy your home. And the Sharp Homes team can give you options as well. If you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. In fact, contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. And they're so easy to locate. Just go to Google, type in Sharp Homes team, and read from over 225 5-star Google reviews. That's Google Sharp Homes team. That's Sharp Homes team. And start packing.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're over 50, it's likely that you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
This is Dana Hughes. In Kansas City football, we honor tradition, but we always look forward to what's next. That's why I'm all in for Flight by Yuengling. It's brewed by the oldest brewery in America, but built for today. 2.6 carbs, 95 calories, crisp, clean, and full of flavor, just the way a light beer should be. It's got the legacy and the stats to back it up. Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer and the official beer of Dana Hughes. BG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Crossing the state line on 35, things get heavy and stay slow from Cambridge Circle down towards South 7th Street. Traffic away with an earlier accident. 35 northbound heavy at the merge with 69 Highway. From there, it gets heavy again at 635 and stays off again on again slow up towards Mission with an earlier problem. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Well, we got a text from the text line that says 3rd Street to Unity Village and Lee Summit is an absolute blank show.
Okay, because my wife texted me, too. There's a car facing the wrong way on the interstate right now. Must have hydroplaned. I'm like,
dang.
What is that weird stuff falling from the sky?
Every time it rains, guys. Like, why?
Well, it hasn't rained like this, in the morning time in a while? Maybe I'm just not.
No, I feel like it has recently.
Plus, there's always those new roads getting paved, so the oil's coming up.
There is
People
that.
don't play that into effect. So just drive safe, go slow. If you're late, tell your boss to shove it.
Yeah, seriously, you're there. Here's the alternative. I'm dead.
At least I'm not at Unity Village where I can't move my car because traffic is completely wrecked.
Wow.
So just drive safe. It is a slop pit out there today. What are you more confident is the question? The offense getting its kinks worked out or this defense?
I don't really think the defense has kinks. They're giving up 18 points a game. That's really freaking good in the NFL right now. I think we review this defense wrong, and was it Danon that wanted to talk about the dominance of the defense and we didn't get to it? I think we spent so much time talking about, looking at, the things that need to be fixed, which is the natural thing to do. We sometimes forget that this defense has played really, really good. There's nothing really to pick apart right now. Maybe you want a little bit better pass rush, but the numbers ultimately kind of speak for themselves with all of this, because you're looking at a defense right now that's given up less than 19 points a game and has been really good over the last couple of years. Get a couple of more sacks, a couple of more pressures from the front four, and I think we're talking about an exceptional defense right now in Kansas City. But the lack of offense and scoring right now, I think, has us all concerned. We're missing what this defense is truly doing.
Some numbers to give some sort of notion to this topic. The Chiefs in total yards on offense rank 17th. Passing yards, they rank 15th. Rushing yards, they rank 17th. And points, they're 21st. Defensively, total yards given up, they are 10th. Passing yards given up, they are 10th. Rushing yards given up, they are 18th. And points allowed, they are 9th. So almost not a complete flip, but the defense definitely outshining the offense. A top 10 defense and a bottom tier offense clearly right now. So I think this is interesting because I think the offense has more concerns. I think there are concerns on the defense. I think the pressure of the front four is one of them. I think using the blitz packages a lot early on, which I'll explain a little bit later while that kind of scares me, is a little bit of a concern. But again, you played Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts, I know it's Russell Wilson, and now you'll play Lamar Jackson. You are going to play,
it's 4 Hall of Fame quarterbacks, basically, right?
Russ is probably going to get in.
He's getting in, yeah. As bad as it, he should have retired a long time ago.
But we played Shaq on the Celtics, right?
Right.
We didn't play Shaq.
Right.
You know
exactly.
what I mean?
Yeah. Right. But he's still a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Yes.
He just stinks. He hit the goalpost.
He's a fig tree that's no longer fruitful. There's just nothing growing on that fig tree anymore, to give reference to the book of the world.
That guy threw in the last drive there around the goal line. He threw one to the tunnel and then hit the crossbar.
It's crazy.
He had 4 atrocious plays literally in a row.
It was so bad.
We want Dart. Mentally, you just got to ride. You got to be like it. But again, Jalen Hurts wasn't great. Your defense kind of kept him under wraps. We'll see about Lamar Jackson when he comes to town at 3:25 on Sunday. Herbert kind of carved you up a little bit, and the defense they adjusted.
Yeah,
right?
they did.
So, the offense I have more concerns with because your offensive line, your receivers. Yeah, we're all excited to see the receivers come back, but do we expect like first game back we're going to see everybody on where they're at? I mean, there's going to be concerns with that.
Sure.
Will Xavier Worthy be a little gun shy? I mean, I would think that with a torn labrum, being 170 pounds, seeing how these defensive players play, there might be a play or two when we see Xavier Worthy come back where it's over the middle and it's dropped because it's like he saw or heard those footsteps coming in and that labrum's in the back of his mind. So there's concerns there for me. The running game is lost. It's where's Waldo? I don't even know. I have no idea where the running game is. I get it. They did better last week, but I need more of that. So I think with Spags and this defensive unit, I think they know what they have right now. And luckily, but unluckily for them, Jalen Hurts, mobile, Lamar Jackson, mobile, Russell Wilson, not as mobile, but can be. You can kind of use a similar game plan week in and week out for those guys. Whereas the offense, everybody's defense has a different scheme every single week. I know offenses do as well, but quarterback-wise, you can play similar to those talents around the other quarterbacks you play. But with the defense, I have more confidence in that, kind of getting their kinks out because eventually, the front four is they're gonna get pressure. There's no way they can be this bad all year. Maybe there is, but I'd have to think that, maybe some guys will get opportunities and then in-house competition works. Allow that to work. Let Gelati, let Lott get in there. Take Dana out there. Take, Omenihu out there. Hey, you guys are veterans, but guess what? These hungry kids behind you, they're going to give me a better chance until you can prove it to me. So like Dana said, talk with your mouth, my eyes see if you're working with your body language and your work ethic on the field. So I do have more confidence in this defense than I do right now in this offense.
Well, and I think right now the confidence for me in the offense can all be figured out if the offensive line plays better. That's where it ultimately lies to me. All of these other guys, whether it's the running backs or the wide receivers or the quarterbacks, they're all impacted by the offensive line. And until the offensive line starts playing better, guys, it's hard for me to criticize anybody else. And I really walked away kind of from that Giant game and thinking about it yesterday. This offensive line right now is not good. It just isn't. And we like the names of the guys on the offensive line. We've paid the guys on the offensive line. It's no longer just Jawan Taylor. It really isn't. And it's not the left tackle. He's been a stud for this team. He's the third best offensive tackle right now in the NFL, according to Nerds. And so the problem is the interior and the guys that we like the most. And the guys that we like the most have to play like the guys that we like the most. I need to get better performances from the left or from the right guard and from the center, Trey Smith and Creed Humphrey. Until those five guys on the offensive line, fellas, play better, I have a hard time saying Andy needs to have better play calls. The running backs aren't doing the job that they need to do. The wide receivers aren't getting open. There has been so much pressure on Patrick Mahomes this year, and he's constantly having to evolve his game to do something completely different than he did a year ago because of the weapons that are given to him. That's why I don't think he's getting enough credit this year for how good he's been playing right now.
Yes.
I mean, this offensive line right now, until those guys are playing better football, it all falls on deaf ears for me. It's a challenge to the offensive line this week. Step up your play. Step up your play and be the $65 million guard. Be the $65 million center.
Yeah, hey, Jawan Taylor even, I know when he blocks, he actually does it well, but hey, stop being penalized.
Stop
You're the
being
second
penalized.
biggest cap hit on this team.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Right, exactly. Stop being penalized. And are those guys trying to fill in for Jawan Taylor and play differently because they don't trust Jawan?
I don't care.
Well, hang on a second. I'm with you. I don't care. They got to play better. They can't worry about him. But if it's subconsciously having an impact on all of them, that's why you have to make that change at right tackle,
Yeah, exactly.
right? Because if Jawan Taylor's going out there and he's false starting, but it's causing Travis Kelce to lose his mind on the sidelines, and it's causing the center and the right guard to say, we got to worry about this guy coming off the edge. So our job, if his performance is having a detrimental effect on everybody else, that's a big reason why you need to make that change. You need to get him out of there so everybody else can go about their day.
Make that change.
Well, and I guess that's what the question comes down to, right? You're talking D-line, O-line, which you're more confident in. Basically, that's what we're coming to. The crux of this conversation, offense or defense, okay, well, it's in the trenches, basically what we're saying. You guys have more confidence in the defensive line basically figuring that out. I would go the opposite. I have more confidence in Trey Smith and Creed Humphrey and Andy Heck and those guys figuring it out. They've got Josh Simmons Kingsley's a question mark, but I like Caliendo, and Jalen Moore could maybe step in there as well. I do not have confidence.
Will they, though? I mean, we've seen them to be very kind of slow. Like, I would have pulled Juwan Taylor after last week.
Oh, I would have too. No,
right?
this team.
I pulled him after last year.
We've seen this team do that with the coaching staff, with the roster. They are loyal to a fault.
Yeah, they are. Absolutely.
And it's part of the reason we've seen this roster deteriorate a little bit. But yeah, I don't have confidence in the defensive line figuring it out at all. I think this is going to be one of the worst pressure by 4. One of the worst teams that can pressure with 4 in the league.
Well, and that may ultimately end up be their calling card, right? They just have to blitz and they get to the quarterback and they give up less than 20 points a game and they win, right? That may be what they are. And again, it goes back to the parent analogy. We may be trying to get our kids to be A+ students, but really they're B students, and that's okay. We can facilitate and figure things out and still have one hell of a life after that. B's are still pretty good, right? To me, the defensive line, I don't want to say I'm giving a free pass to or anything like that, but I got 2 rookies out there right now that I know nothing about. By this time, at the end of November, maybe we're talking about those 2 guys being studs along that defensive line, and it changes our line of thinking. That's why there's no absolutes after 3 weeks or anything like that. Juwan Taylor's been a couple of years right now. This offensive line, guys, is not just this year bad. Creed and Trey weren't great last year either. And we blame the left tackle. And we blame the right tackle. We've got a new left tackle in place right now. He's been outstanding. The rest of the guys play like the rookies playing.
Coming up next, Bob Gets Raw here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Creed Humphrey, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, let me tell you about my friends over at QC Kinetics, because they're ready to help you feel good, right? You're tired of waking up with joint pain. You're tired of going to bed with joint pain. You're tired of joint pain in the middle of the day. So it's time for you to flip that script and get rid of that joint pain, because it's been calling the shots in your life for way too long. And at QC Kinetics, they're going to help you. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that'll help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, actually help heal and restore. And the results are long-term, lasting relief. So instead of waking up every morning and going, God, I'm not going to be able to get out of bed, my back's barking at me today, I don't know what to do, you're going to be able to do everything that you want to do because of QC Kinetics. There's no surgery, there's no drugs, there's no long-term recovery, just a smarter, natural way to get your freedom back. So bring your MRI, grab your x-rays, and they'll make sure you're a great candidate. Your first consultation's free, so there's no reason to wait. Call QC Kinetics now at 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Appointments available on Saturday with QC Kinetics.
We're hiring residential garage door installers at Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. Join the team trusted here since 1927. Apply today, get a call today. No experience necessary. Paid training for motivated applicants to install garage doors. Hiring bonus up to $2,500. Mechanical, carpentry, or service industry experience is a plus. Good benefits include health, dental, vision, and pension. Earn as you learn to service the best garage door customers in KC. Apply today at overheaddoorkc.com.
Synergen X and Low T Center are the original MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. They have been changing the lives of men across the country for over a decade. Look, since starting, a lot of other players have entered the field. But Synergen X and Low T Center, they're the pros at providing you the most medically driven, results-focused, and winning approach to restoring the quality of patients' lives with hormone care. I'm telling you, because as you get older, you might notice you're more tired or not motivated. It's just harder to get to the gym. I'm crushing it, and you guys could be too if you go check out Synergen X and Low T Center. For a limited time only, visit Synergen X or Low T Center for a free hormone consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia, such as jerseys, balls, and helmets, or even win a pair of tickets to a major sporting event in town, such as baseball game, football, basketball. Book your appointment now at trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com you'll be wishing you did it sooner.
Save up to $4,500 with Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter, thanks to limited time tax credits and special incentives on energy-efficient HVAC systems. But don't wait. Those federal tax credits expire after December. Upgrade your heating and cooling system, and you can enjoy lower energy bills and year-round comfort. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews are great reasons to trust Hamilton. Call 913-888-4262 for your free consultation. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
For neighborhood plumber, call 913-768-7676 or ConleyPlumbingSolutions.com. Kansas side 35 northbound heavy before the merge of 69 highway with an accident reporting. And then you're just off again, on again, heavy up towards Mission with earlier problems. Conley Plumbing Solution, your neighborhood plumber, is different than a lot of plumbers out there. They don't overpromise and underdeliver. They do what they say they will. So call Conley Plumbing Solutions at 913-768-7676 or visit ConleyPlumbingSolutions.com to schedule. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
What's up, Kansas City? It's Nick Bolton. Tune in on game days to hear the play-by-play with Mitch, Danon, and Clean on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Dive right back into it. A Tuesday, 8 o'clock. Good for Matt, good for Bob, bad for me on a Tuesday. But you guys, rainy day?
Rainy day's a good day. I just want to win, Jim.
I was going to say, you just snuggle?
Today feels like the first full day of fall, doesn't it?
Wasn't that yesterday?
No, the half day. It started like 1 o'clock yesterday. So today is the first full day of the autumnal something. I don't have even the word.
You're sounding so smart.
I know
there.
I was the autumnal equinox or something, right? And so yeah, today's the first full day of fall. You could feel it in the air a little bit out there with that muggy humidity, but the rain and it just looks like fall outside right now. So enjoy your day. Be careful driving, please.
Seriously, slow down.
Yeah, but. It is a wonderful day to do Bob's Boneheads. Rob.
Bob's Boneheads.
You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. I kind of like it raw.
Oh, dang it. All right, I'll put it back.
That's fine. Now,
worked on that.
My bonehead of the week goes to Matt LaFleur this week. You lost to the Cleveland Browns, okay? You can't lose to the Cleveland Browns. I don't care how good they play on defense or anything like that. They're still the Cleveland Browns, and you're the Green Bay Packers. 72 hours ago, we were talking about the Green Bay Packers being one of the best teams in the NFL. And then you go out and you lose to the Cleveland Browns. I thought he was the least prepared head coach on Sunday. If you're going to be considered one of those best teams in the league, you can't lose to the Cleveland Browns, right? You just can't lose that type of game. It's unacceptable. And that happened to me because the coach didn't have the team ready and prepared for the Cleveland Browns. It happens a lot in life. You get, I got vacation in 2 weeks. You look ahead, you forget about the week at hand. You don't take care of the tasks at the week at hand because you were looking ahead to that vacation. Winning in the NFL happens during the week. You put together that game plan all week long, right? You're putting together your offense. You're putting together your defense. Saturday night, you put a bow on it, and Sunday, you go out there and you do your performance. If the team doesn't feel like the game is significant, they won't treat it as such. The way that the Packers played this weekend against Cleveland told me that their coach and their coaching staff and their organization probably didn't take that game as serious as they needed to take that game. With Dallas on the horizon, right? You got a guy going back. We've been talking about this game for how long now? 5 weeks since the trade happened. Everybody's had this game circled. It's human nature, but that's where a good leader and a good head coach gets in the way. and puts out the cheese like Parcells used to be. The Rats take the cheese. Don't get caught in the trap. Don't get caught in the trap. It's a trap game. Don't get caught in the trap. And the Green Bay Packers got caught in the trap. That happens with a new head coach. You see it a lot. Hopefully he learns, and hopefully for everybody in the NFL, the biggest learning experience this week was from Matt LaFleur. You better take everybody seriously. And if you don't take everybody seriously, you're going to lose to the Cleveland Browns. Hopefully Matt LaFleur got the biggest wake-up call in the NFL this week, because I do take that loss, and I blame it solely on the head coach for not having his team prepared and focused and ready to go for that game. Hard to get up for the Browns, I know, but this is the NFL. You got 17 days a year where you need to be at your best.
Yeah, because we played that audio last week of the guy that said, we're not worried about undefeated. We're 2-0. We're on to the next week. It's week by week. And we're like, hey, that's a good mindset.
Great.
And then there were other audio clips throughout the week where the Packers were talking about,
we could go undefeated.
Right.
Yeah.
And, a little bit of that is.
At 2-0, we're having that conversation.
Well, LaFleur commented on that.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I'll play the audio here. Him responding to the boneheadedness.
Well, he did respond. That's where I was going.
Well, I just think this league is such a week-to-week league, and you can never lose sight of that. And you can't take any moment, any game for granted. And the goal, and I've said it a million times to you guys, I don't think I've obviously said it enough to our team, the goal is to go 1-0 every week. And it pisses me off when we start talking about things outside of the next game, things that are way down the road. Like, keep the focus on the present, on the now, and worry about getting better each and every day.
That's a great message. Is he delivering that to his team to their face, or is he delivering that message to his team through the media? Because I think Andy Reid did some media stuff last week, delivering messages through the media last week to his football team. But Andy Reid's also going to confront guys. He's been doing this for 50 years in the NFL. Matt LaFleur, does he have enough street cred to go to those players and say, guys, this is what I need? Are they going to roll their eyes at him? Is he going to be that leader that gets the message across? If he's preaching all that stuff and then they went out there and played like that against Cleveland, his message is not getting across. It's getting lost in translation. And so if I'm Matt LaFleur, I'm having a huge sit down with his team this week and saying, yeah, we're 2-1, guys. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that we're 2-1 right now. We just went out there and we got beat because we weren't focused. We have got to change that. And that may be their Tennessee game from the first Super Bowl run for Kansas City, right? That may be the Raider Christmas Day game a couple of years ago for the Chiefs, where you have that stinker out loud and it resets you. Cleveland may just be getting theirs in week 3, and now they may end up going, 16-1 the rest of the way and finishing, with just one loss on the season. That's how you have to use that loss in the NFL. But this goes back to the coach. How much did he learn now from that loss and from that really bad performance against the Cleveland Browns? There's nothing good that day for Green Bay.
I mean, sometimes getting punched in the mouth humbly is one of the best things that can change your season. Maybe Green Bay takes that loss and it's a blessing in disguise. And maybe they move forward and it's something where they never let themselves get to that point again. I mean, Jordan Love collapsed in the second half. Josh Jacobs, nowhere to be found. They are also without, one of their receivers who got hurt, obviously, in the week before that. Romeo Doubs had to step up. They have yet to really incorporate their rookie wide receiver that they were super excited about.
He had one really good long ball.
Did he get hurt?
No, that was Jaden Reed.
Okay, that wasn't the rookie guy.
Matthew Golden, no. He had one great catch. Probably could have stayed in bounds, but similar to Xavier Worthy last year, I don't think he knew where he was at on the field. I think he could have gone for a touchdown, but he stepped out of bounds.
Yeah, that sucks. But again, that's a rookie. You learn those things, as you move forward and whatnot. But you can't let one loss become 2. You've got to stop that right now.
100%.
If you're the Green Bay Packers, and that's one of those losses, man. Those are bad, but they're not as bad if you use it for good. And sometimes now you can get your message across a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I think
the Chiefs.
Yes, it's exactly the same. With the Chiefs. Yeah,
I was saying, you also look at how massive that win is against Detroit week 1 for the Packers.
Huge,
because that loss woke up Detroit. Does this loss wake up Green Bay against the Browns? Because nobody wants to lose the Browns. The Browns won that game, and it looked like the Chicago White Sox when they won their first game in the MLB season this year, and they're champagne showering in the locker room.
It's awesome.
I mean, look, good for the Browns.
Good for them.
They killed 10% of Survivor leagues. 10% of the nation in Survivor leagues were like, absolutely not.
I mean, if you're in a Survivor league, that was the week everybody should have picked the Green Bay Packers, right?
I probably would have. I was already killed in my Survivor League in week 2. Thanks, Denver Broncos.
Denver.
To the
riding the
Colts.
Bronco train.
These are our Colts. Yes. This is our team.
Yeah, now people are going to be loading up on the Colts now. This is the week where everybody loads up on the Colts and they go out there and they lose. How many have Tennessee?
They just beat Tennessee.
They just beat Tennessee.
Oh, they have the Rams this week.
They have the Rams this week, the Colts do? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Got some revenge coming from L.A.
I'd like to know the percentage of everybody using Buffalo this week.
Mm-hmm.
Who do they have this week?
New Orleans at home.
That's right, New Orleans, yeah.
15.5 favorites.
You can use them every week. That schedule's just cake city.
Yeah, I think this is probably the Buffalo week.
It's a good week for it.
How many people in a Survivor League will pick either Baltimore or Kansas City this week?
That's a risk.
I mean, I would imagine that if you look at Survivor Leagues around the NFL, around the country, I would say 1% of all Survivor Leagues have somebody picking that game, right?
Yeah. Not a lot, but there's some. But yeah, that's a risk, dude.
I mean, you must have already used Green Bay or whoever.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me ask you this: is Detroit now a better team than Green Bay? I mean, I know Green Bay beat Detroit, but Detroit has looked really impressive in their last 2 games.
I mean, Detroit beat the snot out of the Chicago Bears,
right?
Which I think a little bit of that to play some sort of other side of it was a little bit of like Dan Campbell trying to give it to his,
No doubt.
Yeah,
100%.
That was more so like, we're going to pull out all your old trick plays. We're going to show you that we got them. And then, Ben Johnson couldn't even call him Jared Goff, even though he was with him for 3 years. And
that was petty.
That was one of those things. So, I mean, I don't know, man. It's one of those things. You got to trust Detroit. I mean, they have the best running back duo in the league. They have a solid offensive line. They have 3 pretty damn good options that they know how to use at receiver. I mean, Laporta caught 3 straight passes on 3rd down last night. Amon-Ra St. Brown went nuts once they started to forget about him, which I don't know why you do that. One of the most underappreciated wide receivers. And I hate to say this, but Aiden Hutchinson might be back.
Oh, he's definitely back. There's no. I mean, that guy is back.
You talk about our offensive line, and they're going to get that guy in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, no, he
Hello,
was,
Juwan Taylor. You better not be anywhere in Kansas City when Aiden Hutchinson touched down.
I mean, you're just going to have a tight end at all times inside there to help Juwan Taylor.
Got a chip.
You're going to have no choice. But you know what? Run the football and then run right past him. Let him come up the field. You go up the other side of the field, and boom, you're done. And that's how you neutralize Aiden Hutchinson. Not that hard.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it. More Survivor League picks this week. Buffalo or Detroit?
Who's Detroit got?
Cleveland. At home.
Oh,
Yeah.
They're riding high.
Yeah, of
They're
course.
like, dude, we beat one of the best teams in the NFL this year. Call it a day.
Yeah, no, they'll go to 3-1 and then head to Kansas City feeling really good about themselves, right?
Right.
Gosh, one of the Ravens Chiefs are going to be 1-3. That's insane.
Ravens defense, 31st in points per game, 32nd in yards per game, 29th in sacks, 21st in takeaways. That's a defense you can get healthy on this week. Those are the numbers right now. I just read them off of NFL Network. They are one of the worst defenses in the league. Baltimore is not your daddy's Baltimore anymore on defense. Go out there and expose them, man. This is the week you can get healthy. 31st in points per game given up, 32nd in total yards.
Wow.
Go get healthy. This is the week to do it. This is the week to do it, guys.
BLT Stinky. That's Baltimore in an acronym. Coming up on the other side, we'll have Josh Brisco in about 15 minutes. Plus, we'll get into some nerd stuff with Mac Morey here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Mac's awesome. Good morning, Kansas City. This is Chris Jones, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hey, it's Dusty Lykan. If there's one thing I know, it's zero troubles with zero bubbles, and it's been the perfect season to grab a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka at the K. And now you can get Surfside absolutely anywhere across the Royals network, including your favorite outlets in Kansas. Grab a delicious Surfside today. It's only 100 calories, and the best part, zero bubbles for zero troubles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game or hanging out at a tailgate. Ask for Surfside at your local bar and liquor store and grab it at the game. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
Numerous brands to choose from, endless options, one incredible experience. At Aristocrat Motors, we treat every driver like royalty and offer the finest luxury vehicle experience in Kansas City. Come see us today and let us roll out the red carpet for you.
Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That is GiveMeTheVin.com. We love to buy cars, and you're going to love GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're over 50, it's likely that you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
Ring the bell. We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875% fixed. While other lenders are talking about high interest rates, we're dropping rates. And we can get it done for you in as little as 14 days. Golden Oak Lending has just secured several $1 million that we can offer you as fixed-rate mortgages for 4.875%. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. It's fast and easy. Our debt consolidation customers save an average of $1,104 every month. And at Golden Oak, you never pay for your appraisal up front. Lock in this incredible 4.875% rate now before it's too late and say goodbye to those high-interest credit card rates. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Heading towards downtown, 169 highway gets heavy by the airport. Stay slow across the bridge and pretty heavy on the 35 southbound towards 670. Things move slowly in the Grandview Triangle, 470 westbound, then 435 westbound, off again, on again heavy to the state line. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Maybe the tweet of the century. So Mikey Over, he's a CBS contributor on X. He's quoted it, or not quoted, but his bio, just paying for the drinks. Providence College CBS Sports line. He tweeted yesterday with a picture of Landry Kiffin and her boyfriend from LSU. Landry Kiffin announcing her relationship with an LSU linebacker the week of game day is a crazy move. The Kiffin household must be in shambles. Reeks of one thing, the over. At 9:30 last night, Lane Kiffin decided to respond, and he just said, simply, take the over.
Let's go. I love it. He's so funny.
Why don't people like him?
Tennessee fans don't like him because he abandoned them and didn't trade them.
Who did he leave for Tennessee to go to? Was it to the Raiders, or did he leave the Raiders to go to Tennessee, and then USC was in there for a hot minute?
That's why people don't like him, is because he's left everywhere.
He leaves everywhere.
But Ole Miss, he hasn't.
There's ways to look at that, though. Like at one point in my career, somebody in this building told me, you're viewed as a job jumper. I'm like, this is my third job. I mean, all right, like a job jumper. But also, too, there's something to be said of staying ahead of things, you know? If you're at a place, and like if you're Lane Kiffin, let's just use this as an example, and you're getting down to the last year of your contract and you're asking for a new contract and they're dragging their feet, well, then hell yes, you're going to explore other opportunities. Now, did he do that? Probably not. He probably looked and jump when he could jump. But if somebody also comes after you and makes you an offer that you can't refuse, why are we trying to hold people back? And did he ever make a jump that was less than where he currently was, you know, when you talk about perception? I mean, he went from the Raiders, which was a sinking ship, obviously, with a owner that had an overhead projector of why he fired him, to, what did he go to, Tennessee? Then from Tennessee to USC at that point in time, that's an upgrade in jobs. And then the USC thing didn't work out. Now he's at Ole Miss, which is the SEC, which you could say USC isn't, you know, the bee's knees anymore. You know, the SEC is kind of that place to be, and he's turned Ole Miss into a pretty good program. So why do we hate him again?
Left Tennessee.
Okay.
Come on, Bob. Come on.
I think he also just kind of got left your what?
My balls.
Oh. I think he also just kind of has that sort of like face.
Yeah.
Young guy in the league,
but he's not young anymore.
Not anymore. But I'm going back to like what you were talking about, because like he was a prodigy of Saban, and then leaves Saban, goes and does his own thing, goes to the NFL for a half a minute, and then jump ship everywhere else. And we almost got Lane Kiffin 2.0 with Lincoln Riley. Now he's still in USC, but I mean that dude. Put Caleb Williams in against that Red River shootout, took out Spencer Rattler, brought the team back with Caleb. All of a sudden, he pulled the Al Pacino from Any Given Sunday. I'm done here. And by the way, with my first take for the expansion team, I'm taking Willie Beeman. I'm going to take Caleb Williams to USC, and we're going to do our thing there.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. I don't know. I think Lane Kiffin also kind of like brought himself back when he would go shopping with I think it was with his daughter.
Yeah,
he would go shopping, and she would show him outfits or buy clothes. And he'd be like, how much money are you spending? She's like, it's fine. You have it. And he's like, well, I understand that, but do you understand the value? And then all of a sudden it was like, kind of like this Lane Kiffin guy. He's like me,
It's funny.
Dad, I want something to eat from DoorDash. Well, use your money to buy it.
That's exactly right.
I don't need to use it.
It's spending $35 on a Chick-fil-A sandwich. I'll tell you that right now. If you want to waste that money, you go ahead. It's a delicious chicken sandwich, but I'm not paying for the DoorDash, side of things.
That pretzel chicken sandwich, though.
It does look really good. I'm not gonna lie, but I can get in my car and drive there, right?
Right.
But I just think with Lane Kiffin, he's done a 180, right? He was a guy that everybody just disliked. And now everybody kind of likes, because you're finding out he's actually just a real human being, right? He's not.
Well, he's dry, too. He's not, over the top, funny, haha. He's not like Dan Campbell, where he's just a huge jock nerd. He's just one of those, He's kind of like if Gruden was serious. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he knows the game. He's got the credentials. He's got the kind of that, arrogant coach look. And then you talk to him, you're like, I'd probably have a few sodas with Lane Kiffin on the patio.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be the guy that takes himself seriously. A lot of these coaches and a lot of people in high-level sports think they're just, God's gift. And they're not. They're just human beings. They don't want to act like human beings and have not normal human conversations. I can't tell you how many people over the years I've run into. I'm like, just have a human conversation. We don't need to be like this, right? And you've got to find a way to relate to your fans, to relate to the people. I think Lane Kiffin's done a really good job of doing that. I kind of root for the guy now, right?
Yeah, and I think if
you probably don't, and I understand that. I'll never root for Roy Williams in my life, but yeah,
because of Hannah, I'm kind of forced to. She's an Ole Miss alum, so I'm going to root for Lane Kiffin.
Oh, I thought he was like a Cougar she was into.
No, because she's his coach, she thinks he's cute, but I mean that changes within the game. We'll see if they beat LSU. If they lose to LSU, he sucks. If they beat LSU, he's the greatest. That's what Hannah is, with college.
Well,
football,
everybody's like that, though. I mean,
classic fan.
Yeah, it's college football.
I think also the thing that was the hatred that Lane Kiffin got was not what he did. It was more so the perception that people gave him. Like, why is this guy getting an NFL job? Why is he getting USC?
Because his
why
dad.
Well, I understand. That's what I'm getting at. So it's like he got the Raiders, USC, Tennessee, 3 jobs. I think one
Those are
NFL
primo
job,
jobs,
right?
dude.
And it's like, what has he done? And you're like, why is he getting all this? And it's like, is it because of Monty? Is it because of all this stuff? Or is it because he really has this and now he's found home at Ole Miss and now you're looking at a prodigy that he has in the NFL that might be starting over Russell Wilson in New York, and who knows what Jackson Dart becomes?
I mean, what if Jackson Dart becomes a superstar overnight in New York, right?
Depends on how he'll talk about Lane Kiffin in his career.
Good point, yeah.
Like if he goes back and he's like, at Ole Miss when Lane was there and he taught me how to do this and handle this sort of stuff and told me when I get into the NFL because he had been there, this is what it's going to be like. I give Lane a lot of props, and all of a sudden everybody goes, hang on.
He's the quarterback whisperer in college now all of a sudden, right? That's how that works, right? Is a guy has a big star come out in college and everybody wants to go play that position for that guy. So it'll be real interesting to see how his Q rating kind of changes, over the next couple of weeks. I would imagine Jackson Dart is probably going to start this week for the Giants. I mean, how do you continue to roll Russell Wilson out there who threw to a vestibule and a pole? And so you've got to put Jackson Dart out there. And if he does do well, you're right, man. That thing with Lane Kiffin is going to soar right now.
We'll see. I mean, they do have really cool uniforms at Ole Miss. Those powder blues, whites, and reds.
Yeah, they've got a lot of cool things at Ole Miss.
Nerd stat that means nothing to you.
Yeah, Bob, you started. You found this nerd stat and kind of gave me. I kind of felt the green light to add some to it. So.
Yeah, it's something in the nerd world that they use offensive team stats like EPA because it's
expected points added.
Expected points added, and the Kansas City Chiefs are sitting at number 6 in the NFL with that. And I saw a tweet from some other nerd out there that said, "Wow, that's pretty impressive." Because when you look at the games, you probably don't think they're one of the better.
You're like, what?
Yeah. And he said if Travis Kelce makes that catch in the end zone, the Chiefs are a top 4 team in expected points per play, the EPA or whatever they say. And I looked at that and I went, I mean, maybe that's a way for you to see maybe a bigger picture if you're a stat nerd, that this offense isn't that far off from where it truly needs to be. It's a couple of plays away from potentially where it needs to be. So I look at that nerd stat. I'm like, see, I don't think they're that far off. I think they are a couple of plays away. I think they're obviously 2 big players away from changing things up on the offensive side of the football. But then I saw that nerd stat. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not really in the wrong that much, because if the nerds are saying this offense isn't as bad as everybody's perceiving it, and my eyes are saying we're not as bad and we're not as far away as we are, why do we have this perception that they're bad when the nerds and the eyes are saying both the same thing,
Well, I saw that because I saw that as well, and I was like, damn, what? Because I love EPA.
I know you do. That's why I brought it up.
Big proponent of EPA. I've also been a big proponent. This offense has looked bad, right? So I'm like, what? This doesn't make sense. So I dug in, got further into it, right? So this is literally because of Patrick Mahomes.
Well, no question.
This is it's crazy. And we know that, right? Like, no duh, he's carrying. But, it's insane when you look at it. So we're 15th.
No dip.
15th, no dip, bro. 15th in EPA per pass. So right in the middle as far as passing the ball, they're in the middle. 4th in EPA per rush. They're a top 4 rushing team, according to EPA in the National Football League. So I said, what? How? They're 15th in rushing yards. I took away Patrick Mahomes rushing yards, they're 30th.
Yeah.
They would go down to like 26th in EPA per rush if you took away Mahomes running the football.
Now you sound like Dick Vermeil. Take out those 3 touchdowns they scored in the first quarter, and we win the game. Well, you can't do that, Dick.
I'm just saying, take away Mahomes' heroic magic stuff, off script, doing everything by himself. When we actually just design runs and run the ball, it's not good. Mahomes with no receivers, with Tyquan Thornton and the remnants of Hollywood Brown.
That's your guy, though. You're going to say he's a no receiver?
With no 1 or 2 receivers.
Yeah,
no guys
he
who can
doesn't-
get open by
yeah.
themselves.
I know,
You know,
just being...
he is on pace for 3,800 yards, 18 passing touchdowns, 11 rushing touchdowns, and only 6 interceptions.
Washed.
That's crazy.
It's insane.
Yeah, I don't think people realize how good Patrick Mahomes is playing right now. The guy has changed who he's been as a quarterback drastically every year over the last 4 years.
So cut this segment, send it to Steven.Spector@Odyssey.com.
I will.
Because he said maybe Mahomes just isn't good anymore.
Maybe he just sucks, man.
That ought to get you ran out of town.
Him and Mitchell Schwartz are probably sitting right now discussing Patrick Mahomes not being good enough.
What are you doing over there, Spec? I'm just loosening up my arm.
Go play for the Chiefs this week.
It's 8:30 on a Tuesday. You know what that means, Mac. Hit it up.
He's the first voice you hear 3 hours before kickoff and the first voice you hear after the final whistle.
Future Hall of Fame receiver, future Hall of Fame quarterback, being able to figure it out for the last half of the season.
Here's the new Chiefs Radio Network pregame and postgame show host, Josh Brisco.
They say the new or the nude Chiefs pre and post game radio host.
Either way, my friend Paul, whose parents are going to the Ryder Cup, he always wanted me to call it Nude Radio 980 KMBZ back in the day when we were younger and do all the shows naked. I was like, I'm in. I have no problem doing that.
Nude or no nude, it is Josh Brisco joining us now on the show. What a hell of an introduction that is, Brisco. Let's dive right into it. Some say a win's a win, but how you feeling about this team 3 weeks into the season?
Okay, sorry. I was just
nude.
trying to meet you as a standard. I wasn't before the segment started, but I thought, you know what? I'm at home. Nobody can see me right now. Let's go ahead and do this thing with the level of energy that is required. I feel amazing now. Suddenly, I feel the breeze on my skin.
Man.
I really will take it, guys. I mean, the idea of a win over the Giants in Week 3 feeling like a season-saving moment was not on my bingo card, but they had to win, right? Like, the method matters, the process matters, but in this case, the result mattered 10 times more. So all of the things that we will talk about here over the next 15 minutes or whatever, all of that will be through the lens of there are a lot of places where things can still get better. I am kind of lukewarm on where the offense stands right now, although I think you guys just talked about a couple good canaries in the coal mine. Is that an option? I'm not sure.
100%.
I think that there is good stuff to build upon, but none of the little details that we're going to kick around now would have mattered if they would have lost, because it just would have been, okay, well, they're 0-3, and then they're going to be 0-4, and then maybe they can be 1-5, and then they're going to be 1-6, and now there's a little bit of gas in the tank, which was very much needed.
Yeah, no question. They needed that win, and winning begats winning, right? You take a win and you feel good about yourself. You're like, all right, we got a victory. We know we can do it. We beat a bad team. That's the most important thing. And then you watch the Ravens last night and you went, damn, that defense can't stop anybody in Baltimore right now. Maybe this is a weekend where we can get our offense healthy.
Isn't it amazing, by the way, with the way that the vibes have gone for this Chiefs team opposite that Ravens team, where now, with it all being said and done, they're going to meet at Arrowhead as a pair of 1 and 2 teams that both lost to 2 good teams and beat a pretty bad one. And now the Ravens beat the Browns in Week 2. Right. They just beat the Packers. Football's weird. You're always going to have those fine margins. The Giants look pretty good against the Cowboys, and maybe the Cowboys just stink. But that really is why I know we all kind of roll our eyes at some point every time Andy Reid says, well, you know, it's hard to get a win in this league. And we all think about the Panthers game last year as a win that felt like a loss. There is truth to that, though. Like our mutual friend Nate Taylor Taylor always says real football doesn't start till Thanksgiving. That's only true if you're winning games in September and October when you can afford to look ahead to Thanksgiving for when the real stuff really starts. So again, yeah, I am heartened by the victory.
Yeah, no, I am too, and I'm the guy who said years ago the regular season doesn't matter, and I still stand by that. When you're the Chiefs, the goal is to, what you do in January and February is how you get your season determined, but you got to get there. And Sunday was a good step into kind of righting this ship and getting there and just kind of treading water. I hear that from a lot of people, Josh, both inside the organization and around the NFL. They're like, if the Chiefs can just tread water for these first 6 games and they get these wide receivers back, it's going to open everything else up. I agree with that, but we also need more out of our offensive line. And I'm talking about Creed and Trey more than anybody. Juwan Taylor's now low-hanging fruit. 71's one of the best tackles in the game right now. And the offensive line still isn't good. Trey and Creed need to raise their level of play now.
I think calling that duo Treed is actually kind of a good idea.
Treed?
Can you take me lower?
Like yeah, they're going to be here for a while.
Yeah.
I think that's reasonable, and the offensive line is a 5-man operation, right? Like, it really does depend on the guys playing around you. But even with Juwan Taylor being a penalty machine, he had a really bad rep on 3rd down on Sunday that we all saw. Even then, some of his underlying numbers, removing the penalties, have been pretty good.
Right.
So I'm a little bit caught there on Juwan Taylor.
So am I.
Because the penalty thing is just either inexcusable or undeniable, at least at this point, that you go, man, that's a part of his game right now. But you do need to continue to see the offensive line, and especially those two on the interior that you have paid the money to, that you do have as leaders on that O-line, and guys that have the right mindset. I mean, the Chiefs paid those guys because they believe they're the right type of football players and the right type of guys to give that money to. And I tend to agree, especially Creed's just a great value because centers are kind of undervalued at this point. But the depth and width of the pocket has to give Mahomes a little more space to step into some of these throws. And then I know that there have been problems in the running back room, and Isaiah Pacheco had a couple of really rough reps that, again, I don't need to tell you any more about. You know what I'm talking about. He was running the wrong direction when Patrick Mahomes threw him the football.
Right.
We've got to see a little bit more advantage taken of some of those creases by the running back room. I think that whole operation has a lot of room to improve.
I think you and I are probably pretty similar last night watching Baltimore versus Detroit, thinking every time that Baltimore is on the field, knowing that that's your next opponent. Obviously, Detroit, you've got a couple of weeks till they come to town. But watching Baltimore, knowing that's your next opponent, going, okay, where would the Chiefs kind of, stack up to this sort of drive? Where do the Chiefs look at this? Derrick Henry looks like he's got the yips with holding onto the football. Lamar Jackson was sacked 7 times because they spied somebody. You kind of put yourself in that situation like I did last night where, okay, who's the spy guy? Is this a Leo Chanel game? Is this a Drew Tranquil game? Like, who's going to be that guy? Now, obviously, Detroit's defensive line, much better than the Kansas City Chiefs. But what say you, Brisco, when you watched that game last night with Baltimore on the field showing that Lamar can be sacked more than a handful of times?
Yeah, you hit on the main things that a couple of times I had the thought of, like, all right, Leo, I hope I hope your knees are feeling good. I hope your ankles are feeling limber. You've got a very tough matchup coming up, but I do think it makes a lot of sense for him to get some of that spy responsibility. And you can never do it all the time because you can never let the opposing quarterback know what you're going to do every time. That's the chess match of this incredible sport. But the other thing that you also mentioned, the Lions' defensive line and pass rush, the 4-man rush has obviously been much more productive. They've got one superstar on the edge.
Oh, he's good.
The Chiefs superstars on the interior, and watching Hutchinson and thinking about George Karlaftis just in terms of, like, who's your best defensive end here and what can they do was at times kind of frustrating. It's like, man, just imagine Karlaftis with that little bit of extra juice that takes it from a good to a great pass rusher. But the other thing that the Lions did with really remarkable consistency, they were maintaining their rush lanes and whatever their gap responsibilities were, which I think is why you saw them so successfully kind of corralling Lamar Jackson and then bringing him down. Even then, I think this is off the back of the napkin here, but I think 3 of those sacks, maybe a couple of very short gains, were all brought down because of a shoestring tackle on Lamar Jackson. So you have all of these guys doing their job. You maintain that rush integrity. You're corralling the most escapable quarterback in football, and then still you got to grab him by a fingernail sometimes to bring him down by a shoelace. that's what it took for the Lions to have that kind of performance, and still it ends up being a very close, high-scoring, back-and-forth game. But I really do think that's the standard now for the Chiefs. You've got to figure out how to pressure him relatively quickly and then not give him any space to escape. That's way easier said than done, but it is heartening that the Lions were able to do it.
No doubt, especially, with them coming in here, and you can get healthy from an offensive standpoint against their defense, and maybe from a defensive standpoint. You can, hold them down. If you hold Lamar down, you're feeling really good about yourself. I just hope it doesn't come down to a field goal. Where are you on Butker right now?
I mean, you've got to be some level of concern.
I am, yeah. I'm very concerned, man. He should have had 5 misses if he doesn't hit the upright. And we're only in 3 games.
I think you can still have some of the, if you said Harrison Butker's trotting out for a 58-yarder at the end of the game, I'm going to bet that he makes it, but you can't have that kind of inconsistency throughout a game that changes how you play. Early misses are not as instantly impactful as late misses, but it changes the number of possessions you need to tie up the game later, whatever it may be. So right now, I think it's fair to say that Butker is frankly, a kicker. That is kind of the standing that he's in right now. He's kind of in the muck of a guy that has crazy range. He's had obviously incredibly clutch moments. His consistency levels with this team have been remarkable. I don't know how much this is playing into it, but he talked about trying not to collapse down to that knee this year, and then you still see him do it when he's trying to make some of those longer kicks and get a little more power. And look, I've heard him and Dave Tobe talk about it a lot, and I pay attention, but even then, I'm not naive enough to tell you I got all the mechanics of kicking down as well as Harrison Butker and Dave Tobe do. But I do think that you have plenty of signs right now where you can't be 100% confident in Butker like you have been before. Weirdly, kind of in that mid-range, and then even some of those shorter, long kicks, if that makes sense. Again, I think there's 3 seconds left on the clock, and it's Butker for 60. I think there's a really, really, really good chance he's making that kick. But that is an uncertainty that I do not like having with my kicker.
Yeah, and I think you make great points by talking about the early in the game, kicks that matter so much, because both of those games could have been easily won if Harrison Butker makes his field goals and extra points.
Yep. Yeah, and that's something where we remember the mistakes of a missed tackle or an interception or a lost sack or whatever. But I do think because it's the kicking game, I think we have an inclination to go, all right, well, there's one to make up. And then all of a sudden you're chasing 2-point conversions to try to get the math even. And now it should have been a tie game, and now it's a 4-point game.
Exactly.
It should have been a touchdown. Now it's 8. Now it's 11. And that's a way to lose control of a game. You can't give up the points that you're counting up before the snap. If it's a missed 65-yarder that goes off the crossbar, we all know what kind of math we're working with there. But Butker's got to be as good as he's been previously. They paid him a lot of money. He's got a pretty big cap number. He's going to be on this team for a little while at least. And I'm not saying that it's over. I'm here to cut bait, but it's just this is a long-term thing that needs to be fixed as much as it's a short-term thing.
Brisco, we appreciate the time, and we'll be ready for you on Sunday with that 3:25 start. A little earlier this week for you. I'm sure you enjoy that as well. So thanks for the time, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Thanks, guys. This is weird to be putting my clothes back on at the end of an interview. Usually I'm doing the exact opposite right now.
Yeah, it's better doing them naked, isn't it? Don't you feel the freedom?
Just stay naked.
There you go, Mac. That's a clip from Bob, just from me to you. That's all of us working together. Cut that for me next week, please, Mac.
You got it, brother. Coming up next, we talk about a shift in the fan base here in Kansas City. We'll explain what it means here on 96.5 The Fan, your own for Kansas City Sports.
This is voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at QC Kinetics are thinking to themselves, hey, call me now because we're going to get rid of that pain that you've had for a long, long time. You know that nagging pain that's been around forever in your knees, your back, your hips, your shoulders. You want to get rid of all that pain. You want to live life to the fullest, and QC Kinetics can help you do that. They're going to flip the script and use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out, but actually help heal and restore. And the results are pretty simple. Long-term lasting relief. Who doesn't want that? So instead of planning your day around pain, plan it around being pain-free. Plan around it doing whatever it is that you want to do without the first step being the worst step. QC Kinetics has no surgery, no drugs, no long-term recovery, just a smarter, natural way to get your freedom back. So bring your MRIs and x-rays, and they'll make sure you're a good candidate. today. Your first consultation is free, so there's no reason to wait. Call QC Kinetics now at 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Appointments available on Saturdays with QC Kinetics.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
Around here, we've got each other's backs. When it comes to health insurance, we want that same kind of support. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City gets that. They're from around here too. Backed by the national strength of the Cross and Shield, they help you make confident choices, no matter where you are. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. From here, for wherever you are. That's the benefit of blue.
Smokehouse Barbecue has always been our choice when it comes to barbecue in Kansas City. We love everything about Smokehouse Barbecue. And now Smokehouse has street tacos, their newest menu item. 3 flour tortillas, chopped burnt ends and smoked sausage, plus corn elote and Cajun sour cream and a side. And now, every Tuesday, kids eat for $1.99 with the purchase of an adult entree. So visit Smokehouse Barbecue in Gladstone, Zona Rosa, or Independence, and at SmokehouseBBQ.com. It's Smokehouse Barbecue.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony, plumbing, heating, cooling, and electric. Missouri side, inbound I-70 with an accident before Nolan, keeping things very heavy out towards 470 and building. Turn recent repairs into savings. Get up to $4,500 off a new HVAC system. Stay comfortable year-round. Schedule now at AnthonyPHCE.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Boy, it is wet outside today. The downpour. We were talking about Josh Brisco being nude. You know what today is, Mac? Today's a nude nap day. You ever nude it when you nap?
Of course.
Yeah, dude.
It's
and
amazing.
Just pile of clothes right next to the bed, crawl right in. I'll tell you what, man.
I haven't slept with clothes on in years.
I'm talking about a nap.
I haven't slept with clothes on in years. It's just, it's better that way.
It's nice. Turn the fan on. Maybe crack the window. What is it outside?
It's muggy though. Your hands are clamp. You know that clammy, wet feeling you feel when you go outside. It's humid.
Yes.
Like it's humid out there. I don't think we're quite to that crack the window stage just yet.
64 degrees.
Oh, okay, but it's still humid.
Feels like 64.
Oh,
I don't sleep with clothes on. It's humid outside.
Well, that too, especially. My God, it's just better when you press the flesh.
Easy access. So a shift in the fan base. I kind of brought this up a little bit earlier today. I kind of feel the same way about it as of 8:49 in the morning. There was a lot of, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. There was a lot of positivity after a loss to Philadelphia, who now everyone hates more than Cincinnati. Can we go ahead and say that?
Well, you talking to us or you talking nationally? Or?
I think Chiefs fan base. I think Chiefs fans probably, maybe that's the poll question tomorrow. Who do you hate more nowadays in football? Philadelphia, Cincinnati, right? And there was a lot of talk, at least within my friend group and coworkers here and text line, everybody out there. When they lost to Philadelphia, it's like, man, it kind of felt like our own personal loss. That felt like a Chiefs loss. I didn't feel like Philly came in here and beat us. I feel like we beat ourselves in that game against Philadelphia, and I see positive things moving forward. Got to figure out the run game. Got to figure out how to get pressure. Got to figure out how to make money on this. It's simply too good. And I think when you see that sort of, narrative, because I even told, the bullpen and the boss, and you guys are like, man, seems like a little bit positive. They've been 0-2 start, lost to Philadelphia, haven't won since January. And then you got to win this week. And I heard a lot of doom and gloom in Mac's voice. I heard a lot of doom and gloom from the texters. I heard a lot of doom and gloom from friend groups. And it was almost like it was almost like a shift that it was like, yeah, we beat the New York Giants, but golly, that offense in the first half, thank God they figured out in the second half. Maybe that play by Mahomes where he threw the ball behind Pacheco or backwards and Pacheco ran towards the other end zone. Like a first grader in his first basketball game, the tip goes up. Run the other way, Scotty. The other way. That's our basket. And
were you ever that kid? Were you ever that kid, Mac?
No, I was a stud basketball player. 2 years of high school.
And nailed that.
Went for my knee, man.
How many high school sports did you guys play?
3.
I played 3, 4, yeah.
Band doesn't count.
No.
And
football, swimming, baseball, 3, yeah.
Okay. And so when you look at that game last week, it was like, yeah, they won, but, right? Whereas they lose to Philadelphia, it's like they lost, but you know what? I'm not mad about it as much as I should be. So maybe I'm wrong in that. Maybe I'm not seeing that, but is there more negativity after a win than there was after a loss and starting 0-2?
I think there may have been a little negativity, but I didn't really sense negativity after that game yesterday or Sunday now. I being around town and talking to people yesterday, everybody's just glad we got a win. I don't think there was much like analyzing the game. I think people are to the point now where I think what this season is doing is showing people how difficult it is to win in the NFL and how spoiled we've been over the last, decade basically. And now there's no margin for error right now, right? And in the past, there was always margin for error, and they figured out a way, and it looked easy and whatnot. We're living life like a normal NFL team at this point in time, and I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. We're just not used to that, and we have to kind of adjust the way that we view games and the way that we view things and the way we view results right now. Again, we always want the 35-0 win. That's not realistic in this day and age right now for this football team. But what is realistic is going out there and winning. And you look at those first 2 games that they lost this season, and the reason I'm optimistic about it is because they were self-inflicted, mistakes that this team made. You missed a kick that did change the shape of everything in week 1 against the Chargers. And then your, top-notch defensive tackle is clearly out of position when everybody knew at that moment in time, if you get a stop there, Mahomes is getting the ball back, and who knows what's going to happen at that point in time. Your second game of the season, you lost, but you lost because, again, your potential future Hall of Fame kicker missed a kick, and your tight end who's going to the Hall of Fame dropped a touchdown pass, which turned into an interception. I don't think the Chiefs lost those first 2 games because they're out-talented or out-coached. They just made mistakes that in the past, those mistakes were able to be covered up. Now they're not able to be covered up. And so I think in the first 3 weeks of the season, I think from the people that I've spoken to, and we've had a drastic shift, it's now about just winning games. It doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to look great. We don't need to get brownie points. We've never needed to get those brownie points. This isn't college. You just have to go out there and win. And I think having these first couple of weeks of the season has people back into realizing a win is all that matters in the NFL. At the end of the day, you are what your record is, nothing more, nothing less. Just find a way to win. Doesn't have to look good, doesn't have to look pretty. Could, but it doesn't have to. As long as you have more points than your opponent, nobody cares now how you get this done. And I think that's what those first 2 games of the season have taught us. Just find a way to win, man.
35-0.
35-0. Yeah, for me, anecdotally, I'd say you're right. Dusty, yeah, the shift was definitely there. I mean, just me and my friend group were more negative after the win than after the loss to Philadelphia. But I think context matters in all this, right? Like, I don't think, like saying, like, oh, yeah, the defense actually hasn't been too bad. Like, Chargers only scored 27 points. It's not, well, we watched that game. That eye test wasn't good. Like, that was really, really bad. It was good. There was reason. There was justification to be worried about some things after that game 1. Game 2, some things get better, right? Context matters. Sure, it was 20 points, only 7 less points. You're right, the defense was about the same. Well, it looked a lot better. Different. Yeah. And then it looked a lot different against Russell Wilson. Again, context matters. This is one of the worst quarterbacks in the league. Probably shouldn't be starting anymore.
Right.
So I just think you got to go week by week with this. But I think for the team, Bob, you're right. All that matters is winning. For me, a pontificator, a radio host, I'm going to have opinions and feelings, and they're going to be judged off of the context of a game, win or loss.
Yeah, I mean, that was a free space on your bingo card last week against the Giants. That's a bad team.
That's exactly.
But so is Baltimore right now, guys. Like, we got to stop being scared by this Baltimore Ravens team. I just found audio that I'll send you.
Who's scared?
It's every. I think the fan base is looking at the schedule. Oh, the Ravens. Like, you know. I mean, I do. I feel like people are looking at the schedule. Oh, the Ravens.
I haven't seen any of that.
I mean, oh, the Ravens are coming in. We got to play the Ravens. Like, when that schedule first came out, and you're looking at it, and go, oh God, can we get past the Ravens? Like, I do. I think the Ravens present themselves as a team that is good because they have been good, but they're not a very good team right now. And none of their players are believing in their system right now. Marlon Humphrey, we're not very good. Kyle Hamilton, no excuses can be made at this point. John Harbaugh, we have a bad run defense. It's not acceptable. Lamar Jackson, week 1 was a wake-up call, not just this loss. Derrick Henry, I'm trying to fix the problem. It just keeps occurring. You got your head coach out there, Harbaugh, saying we have a bad run defense. Hey, Andy, the coach is admitting that their run defense stinks.
Run the ball.
Now, this is the week that the pressure is on Andy Reid. There are no excuses this week to not run the football against the Baltimore Ravens. Number 1, they're the worst in the NFL at stopping the run. And number 2, the more you run the ball, the more you control the clock, the more you keep Lamar Jackson on the other sideline as well. You got to play this game similar to what a lot of teams tried to do in like year 2 of Patrick Mahomes. And that's, well, we can't stop him, so we're going to run the football and we're going to grind the clock out and make it very difficult for Patrick Mahomes to do his thing. I think you need to implore a little bit of that. But when you got the head coach out here complaining about the defense and saying it's not good enough against the run for his team, that should be antennas for everybody at One Arrowhead Drive to say, we're going to run the ball this week. We're going to elevate CEH. We're going to elevate this. Any running back that we have is playing this week.
Coming up on the other side, we get into start, bench, cut here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Tune in to hear Mitch Holtis every Friday at 7:20, right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I was talking to one of the teachers at the kids' high school the other day, and he was saying, sometimes the kids don't want to go to college, and they just want a great career. I said, well, I've got the perfect opportunity for any of those kids that are looking for something awesome to do with life, and that is joining the Sheet Metal Workers Union right here in Kansas City. At Smart Local 2, they offer exceptional career opportunities, and their pre-apprenticeship program is unbelievable. unbelievable. It takes 15 months, and during that time, you're going to make $24.55 an hour to start, and then after 3 months, that's 90 days, they're going to bump you up to $27.27 an hour and give you family health coverage at no cost to the employee at all. And then once your apprenticeship program begins, first-year apprentices start at $30 per hour. You're thinking, that all sounds great. What do the sheet metal workers do? Well, they do industrial sheet metal. They do all kinds of great decorative sheet metal. You've seen the top of Bartle Hall, the crown at Kauffman Stadium, the Kauffman Performing Arts Center, and they do all sorts of HVAC service and repair as well. Smart Local 2 welcomes everyone from seasoned professionals to those with no experience, and they offer career training, job security, and a path to advancement, all while providing the tools and support you need to succeed. So visit them now at sheetmetal2.org. That's sheetmetal2.org. Fall's the best time of year to clean up the outside of your home or business, and the best way to do that is with a fresh coat of paint from my friends at CertaPro Painters. You want your home or business to make a great impression, and that starts with the exterior. And when you choose CertaPro Painters, you're choosing the best in the business for your job. CertaPro Painters go the extra mile. If there's a way to save you money, they'll let you know, and they take care of every detail from start to cleanup. So do what we did and schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Guys, this sports season, it's game on at Synergen X and Load C Center, the MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. Are you ready to tackle low energy and achieve your health goals like a pro? We've got a winning game plan with a personalized TRT. Book a free consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia or tickets for major sporting events. Female patients are also eligible. For more information to book an appointment, visit trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com.
It's football season and snacking season, and nothing goes better with football and snacking better than Daisy Dips. And now Daisy came out with a delicious Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip, and these are a game changer. From chips to wings to veggies, they all go better with Daisy Dips. And I love dipping pretzels into the Daisy French onion dip. It's amazing. And the best part, these are delicious as homemade dips because they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you find in your own kitchen. Look for Daisy Dips at a grocery store near you.
Chiefs Kingdom, are we ready to play? It's time for the Chiefs Kingdom scratch ticket, only from the Kansas Lottery. You could win up to $75,000 instantly, with even more ways to win exclusive, one-of-a-kind Kansas City Chiefs experiences through the Play On app. Play the Kansas Lottery Chiefs Kingdom scratch ticket today. See kslottery.com for details.
Arvest Bank believes in the power of serving others. That's why we're committed to supporting those who serve our communities. We believe that all communities deserve a financial partner who cares. Arvest. We believe.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Car wreck? Get the money you deserve. Mike's got this.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Grandview 49 southbound, heavy with an accident past Main Street. Lee Summit, US 50 westbound, slow from 291 up to 3rd Street with new trouble. Inbound I-70, heavy around 470, stays off again, on again, heavy out past Nolan with an earlier problem. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Listen to the Royals and A's this Sunday on the Fan AM 610 with Vern's on Deck show starting at 1. This is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, and Odyssey Sports Station. Here's Fescoe, Dusty, and Mac with this week's edition of Start, Bench, Cut.
Hey, drive safe out there. It is raining quite heavily. And if you do, make sure you get into the know with Jay's Southland Tow. That's who Start Bench Cut is brought to you by. Jay's Southland Tow. Get in the know with Jay's Southland Tow. We start off with, your offensive line, guys. Start Bench Cut. This is interesting as of week 4. Already there. Week 4 of the NFL season. We are past week 3. Week 4 today. Get your waiver wires ready on fantasy football and get ready for Mac at 9 o'clock on Sunday. Mac's Fantasy Show. Start Bench Cut.
And go to our Twitter page. I'll tell you who to add on the waiver wire.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
That's a deep tease.
It's a big waiver wire week, man.
It is.
One more week until the buys start kicking in.
Mm-hmm.
Start Bench Cut. Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, Josh Simmons.
Oh, this is easy. I'm starting Simmons. I'm benching Trey, and I'm cutting Creed.
Damn. Yeah. I think I'll do the same.
Say it with your chest.
I don't like it.
Why?
Well,
because
I
you're
like
paying
these
two
guys.
guys and you want
them.
Right, yeah.
And this sucks.
It does.
I don't want to be talking about this.
Right. Oh, when I want to cut players 2 years before they're ready, everybody wants to rip me, and now here we are talking about all these players that maybe we should have looked the other way on, but who am I to say, right?
Brett Veach has to answer for that.
Yeah, but also him and Andy, they get together, and Clark is part of this as well. What do you guys want to do? Well, let's try to run it back one more. Everybody wants to run everything back one more time. This is the last of that, obviously. You need
Maybe it's time to run the other way.
Yeah, right. Follow your blockers. But no, I think it's easy. Simmons has been one of the best tackles in the NFL this year. One of the best. I think he's ranked 3rd in the NFL this year. And then I'll start Trey or bench Trey, and then I'll cut Creed. I need more out of Creed. I mean, when he's showing the offensive or the defensive lineman the direct route to the quarterback,
that was disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I'm glad that it's working out for Josh Simmons, but so is somebody else.
They announced Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State.
I hate this pick, actually. Don't like it. Don't like it.
Start Bench Cut. Yep.
It's going to be that. If that's not the all-timer and I'm including 6'10" into the mix as well, of 20 years of this radio station, 20-plus years of this radio station, that's got to be the all-timer.
So good.
I mean, I can think of a couple more. There's a 20. Anyways. He would go big man. So start bench cut. We go to 2-1 teams. I go to the Lions, the Packers, and the Vikings. And that's NFC North teams as well.
I'm going to start the Vikings because I got a huge man crush on Kevin O'Connell. That guy. The
Lions and the Packers.
And I'm benching the Lions and I'm cutting the Packers. Whoa. They lost to the Browns, bro.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
You lost to the Browns.
I'm going to start the Packers. I'm going to bench the Lions. Although that's going to be a fun race. Lions are better than I expected. And I'm going to cut the Vikings.
Yeah, the Lions are doing some good things for the first 3 weeks. That first week was a big dud, and then they figured it out.
Yeah, they figured it out.
Good for Dan Campbell, sitting at 2-1 right now. We'll see how the rest of the season goes, but they straightened some things out after week 1.
He's solidified himself to me already. Like, we had those question marks.
All right.
Yeah, I'm good now. I'm good. He's it.
Why? Tell me why.
Well,
tell me why.
Because both the offense and defense have shown real flashes, and they lost both those. That was the question, right? Losing the great creative mind, the wonder kid, the whiz guy, and Ben Johnson. They look creative. They look fun. They all go behind Dan Campbell. They're in support of him.
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
his combined coordinators are 1-5. Moving on to other topics.
Oh, you mean ones that left his team? Yeah,
Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson.
Yeah, 1-5.
Yeah.
Criticism for the Kansas City Chiefs start bench cut. Harrison Butker, Isaiah Pacheco, Juwan Taylor.
It's
tough. I'm going to start the kicker.
Wow.
Yeah, I really am. Like, you have one job, and you've been so good at it. We need you at this point of the year, at this point of this Chiefs era that we're in right now. I got to have a kicker that's not missing extra points and not missing field goals. I'm sorry, Harrison. I need you now more than I needed you 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
So you'd be cutting the kicker, not starting the kicker.
Yeah, cutting the kicker. Yeah, I would start Pacheco, bench Taylor, cut Harrison Butker.
But I got the way you were doing it as far as like the criticisms. You're starting Butker, but you're cutting. Yeah. Okay, I got you. But you'd start Pacheco? Is that what you said?
Yeah, probably at this point. Yeah, I'm down on Jawan Taylor. It's taken me a long time to get, to that point where I don't like his play anymore.
No, I'm with you.
I need to know if he was the one that made Travis Kelce react the way that he did. And if he did, Travis Kelce can't be the only one feeling that way. And if other guys on the team are feeling that way, and Jawan Taylor's affecting other guys and prohibiting other guys from doing their job, then he got to go.
I'll cut Isaiah Pacheco from this. I think he's been pretty awful besides 3 or 4 runs. I'll bench Jawan Taylor because at least when he's not getting penalized every other play, he does actually block okay. And then I'll start Butker because I think he's got the most leash as far as this is concerned. He's been...
Do you? You think he's got a bigger leash than the offensive tackle?
Yes.
Do you guys?
He was like the best kicker in the league for a long time.
I know, but now we need him to be the best kicker in the league.
I just think they're going to give him more chances to do that.
Sure they are. They will.
Yeah, and I'm being more generous to him, whereas like Isaiah Pacheco, I was already kind of done. I'm out.
Yeah, you're out on him, yeah. He got back into my good grace. I thought he played pretty good on Sunday night.
He's all right.
Yeah, I mean, I think you go on, sample size. We've seen enough of Jawan Taylor, which would designate a cut. I would bench Isaiah Pacheco because it's been up and down with his career, injuries, but also plays decent, then doesn't play decent. He's had a rough, go at it this last 8 months or so. And then I think you got to start Harrison Butker. It's been 3 games. And, if not him, then who? Right? You going to go get somebody off the street? You going to trust that guy? It's never,
No. You can't. You got to bring in guys to audition. Harrison Butker was a guy on the street. I mean, he was on a practice squad, right? Sometimes everybody misses on players. Ask Major League Baseball. 10 rounds of Albert Pujols being passed up, right? Yeah. It happens. Sometimes guys get missed. And the Chiefs did not miss on Harrison Butker. They had him targeted the whole time. And boy, he came in and played great football. For when we needed him to play great football, we still need him to play great football, more so now than ever.
Bet your futures on start bench cut here for MVP. Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield, Lamar Jackson.
Now, I'm Josh Allen in a runaway, I would imagine. Baker Mayfield bench, and I would cut Lamar.
Yeah, I think so too, but I don't think a runaway. I think Baker's got a real case.
You do?
Yeah, because I mean,
do you think just because people want to? Yeah, exactly.
Well, the schedule kind of works out too. Like they play the Eagles this year. I think they play the Lions. Like if he wins both those games, they're going to win their division, win 12 or 13 games. They're like the 2 seed. That's if Mike Evans is out for a few weeks, like Chris Godwin's missing time, like the narratives are there for them. That defense isn't that good. The narrative's there.
Is there a dark horse bet at Coach of the Year in Todd Bowles?
Absolutely. That
sounds like you just kind of described the Chiefs.
But that's not entertaining. That's not interesting to people.
No, but you did just describe the Chiefs. Do the Buccaneers have an offensive line that's pretty good?
Yes, they do.
Oh, okay.
We go to the weather theme today. Would you rather take a nap or sleep? Where would you rather sleep? Start, bench, cut. A downpour, a weekend blizzard, or a thunderstorm at night?
Are these inside or outside?
Well, I hope I'm inside.
Well, you never know. Because a weekend blizzard, you build a fort in the backyard. That's kind of fun. I think a thunderstorm at night, though, is where I start. Downpour, bench, and then I'd cut the weekend blizzard. I know I'd have to get out there and shovel or watch Jen shovel, and I'm not interested in this.
I guess I'm not thinking about that. I'll start thunderstorm at night. But yeah, weekend blizzard is a close second, man.
It is.
Sounds
if it starts to
good.
snow like Friday at 10 a.m. and doesn't stop until like Sunday at noon, that's great.
That's perfect.
But that requires work.
Yeah, I'm not.
There's work at the back end of that.
Yeah, but there's a lot of just excuses to be like, well, can't do anything.
That's right. Yeah,
make chili, make a roast.
I just want to win, Jen.
Go get the eggs, toast, and toilet paper. Coming up on the other side, we dive back into a flashback and another version of Mahomes here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Trey Smith, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash, Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Park & Go are going to make your airport parking experience so easy, wonderful. You'll just want to park at the airport because it's an awesome experience with Park & Go. And here's how I do it with Park & Go. Number one, I make my reservation immediately after I book my flight reservation. That way I remember to do it. And I also prepay because I'll save money at bookparkandgo.com or with that easy-to-use app. And then you reserved an all-covered parking spot for you. Every spot at Park & Go is covered. So on a day like today, you don't have to worry about getting in your car when it's raining outside, or if you're out of town during winter and it snows, you know what's going to happen. Your car's not going to have snow on it because it's covered at Park & Go. So after you've made that reservation, you're good to go. Show up on the day of your flight, scan that reservation. They'll direct you to the covered parking spot for you. When you get to that spot, a van will meet you right away, literally right away, to take you to the airport terminal. And when you get back, it's even better. You're tired and stressed after a long flight. You just want to get home? Well, that's what Park & Go does. Their van's waiting for you. Just jump on it after you grab your bags, and it's back to the trunk of your car. So join their frequent parker program like we did and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park & Go, family owned and operated.
Numerous brands to choose from, endless options, one incredible experience. At Aristocrat Motors, we treat every driver like royalty and offer the finest luxury vehicle experience in Kansas City. Come see us today and let us roll out the red carpet for you.
Well, I'll tell you about my friends over at Golden Oak Lending because they were able to help us out when we needed it the most. Everybody runs into those financial situations, right? Maybe you're behind on a couple of credit card bills, or maybe you had some repairs done on your house that you need to pay off, or maybe you're just having a wedding or college tuition is coming due. Whatever it is, we could all use some extra cash. And my friends over at Golden Oak Lending want to help you get there. But it has to start with that free mortgage checkup. It's risk-free. There's no paperwork or credit card required. It's just a great conversation with the folks over at Golden Oak Lending. And like I said, we've done a couple of these over the last 10 years, and they're awesome conversations. You find out where you are financially, and then you let them know where you want to go. Then Golden Oak gets to work to find out if they have a mortgage that's better than the one that you're in right now. If they do, fantastic. We're on our way. If they don't, they'll let you know that as well and never put you in a mortgage that isn't better than the one you currently have. And what's also cool about Golden Oak Lending is that the average cash-out customer saves $1,104 per month, and then you'll go 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment. So call them now at 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD, and take that free mortgage checkup and let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. In Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. In Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa. 1-800-981-0023 in Puerto Rico. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying, true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Another summer has ended, and you may have noticed that your energy is lower, your workouts aren't as productive, perhaps you aren't sleeping as well and feel foggy all the time, maybe even your sex drive is off. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're experiencing some or all of these symptoms, it's likely you have low testosterone. And if that's what's going on with you, don't wait. You need to call us at Heartland Men's Health and get treated for your low T, because living with low testosterone is no way to live. With our low T treatments, if you're like most guys, your life will change considerably. Improved sleep, better energy, greater gains in the gym, better mental clarity, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. Plus, most men see these results in just a few weeks. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Today, expect showers and thunderstorms with a high of 71.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Diving right back into it here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Bob Fescoe, Mac Morey, Dusty Lykan's all with you on a wonderful Tuesday. Look, man, we needed the rain. I'm not going to lie. It's fine.
Hey, when you got a new yard coming in, you can always use the rain, right? I love it. Keep it coming. Keep that water bill down.
No doubt. Oh, boy. This comes from the text line 5 minutes ago. Morning, guys. 470 eastbound, backed up all the way back to 50 Highway because of a wreck near the Colburn Road Bridge. That sounds like I'm going to have a long ride home. Sweet.
Hopefully it's the other way.
Yeah, hopefully. We did a little bit of this earlier, and, you know, we talked about the offensive line, some key signings on that offensive line in Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith. Obviously bringing back Kareem Hunt, signing Nick Bolton. These are general manager moves, and I think it is atrocious if a lot of people are out here ready to, you know, call Brett Veach's name in for disappointment of this franchise. Like, you've been to 3 straight Super Bowls, you're still a dominant team. But I think, like anything, you can have a conversation. And I think we all go through life where you have a moment, your day or your month or whatever it is, and you tell yourself, man, I wish I would have done that, or I wish I would have done this differently. So I think you can have flashback moments when it comes to whether it be the Royals, whether it be the Chiefs, whether it be your own life. Like, I wish I never would have gone to that bar that night and then decided to drive home. How would my life be different? I wish I would have never gotten this, you know, whatever it may be. So some of those things I think you can bring up. And I think when we do the flashback of Brett Veach, you know, I think it'd be fun to have this conversation with Brett. Good guy, nice guy, open, always honest, and just be like, let's have this discussion here. Do you think if you were Brett Veach, would you have given Karlaftis the extension in this offseason, or would you have maybe made him earn another year and drafted an edge rusher in the draft this year?
I don't hate that because you bought out that final year and it's not something that's hanging over your head at this point in time. I don't know that I would have wasted, though, another high draft pick on it, right? He's a first-round draft pick. You want to make sure they're here for an extended period of time. He had a great game on Sunday. And I know the sack numbers aren't 10 and the numbers that everybody wants. He was fantastic on Sunday night against the New York Giants. And so I think they're pretty happy with him. I don't think they would change that one.
I love the idea of signing Karlaftis. Like, if he was the player that I thought he was going to be, then maybe he still could be. We're 3 games in.
We're 3 games in
his third season, right? Season 2 wasn't what we wanted. Season 1, not a surprise, but like, damn, this is good. This is what we wanted. 10.5 sacks, first-round pick, solid edge rusher. Probably would have drafted a first or second-round edge because Karlaftis, at his ceiling, let's say he does get to the player we want him to be. Is he a Tier 1 pass rusher ever? No. Is he a Tier 2 pass rusher ever? Maybe. He's a Tier 3 guy at best.
when you look at this offseason and where, obviously there were injuries and suspensions, and injuries obviously happened in the season as well, there was a guy available that Jay Binkley was super high on. You could have heard Binkley last night probably talking about it on After Hours.
Keenan.
Would you have brought back Christian Fulton, or would you have signed Keenan Allen?
I still would have gone with Fulton. You needed a defensive back. You were set at wide receiver, you thought, and then the unforeseen happened, obviously, with the Xavier Worthy injury. And, again, a lot of this is overreaction to injuries that happened right at the beginning of the year. If Xavier Worthy doesn't get injured, we're probably not having a lot of these conversations right now, right? You can't help the injury, and then all of a sudden you got an injury on top of your first guy being suspended. You're minus 2 wide receivers. As our guy out in L.A. said, Trent Williams, or San Francisco, you lose Joey Bosa, everybody says next man up, but let's be honest, man, it's next 3 or 4 men up to replace him. And that's kind of where we are with Kansas City. We look at that and go, yeah, Bosa's 3 or 4 guys to step up. Well, so are Rice and Worthy at this point in time.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would have done Keenan just because as much as maybe some of the mistakes I like to harp on with Veach in recent years, he's got a superpower that no other GM has, and that's cornerbacks. He knows how to hit corners. So, and they did. Noah Williams looks great.
He looks good.
He's
right?
playing more and more each week. He's aggressive. He's physical.
Roland Wallace.
Yeah, we have Roland Wallace.
Roland Wallace, big interceptions.
Jamari Connor.
Jamari Connor has been playing out of position, but there are some misses. There are some hits. The secondary overall, he's been really good at evaluating. I would have trusted him to get a guy like Noah Williams, who's been playing ahead of Christian Fulton, because Fulton ain't there, and this team needs wide receivers. And it would have been a 2-1 like Bink has told us a million times. You get Keenan, the Chargers don't.
Fair point. And then last one of the flashback questions to play Brett Veach and general manager. Would you have paid Nick Bolton like they did, or would you have maybe been like, yeah, Justin Reed could definitely use you in the secondary more than we could use Nick Bolton, the middle linebacker?
Yeah, I would have paid Bolton. They view him as the captain, at the C, and they value him very, very much in this defense.
So you wouldn't have changed anything?
Not at this point in time. I'm only 3 games into the season. I don't think it's a big enough sample size to say, guys can get better, guys can play better. 3 games does not make a career or a season. That's why I hate this kind of stuff, because next week we may be talking about George Karlaftis having 4 sacks. We're like, oh my God, where did he come from? We always want to jump to conclusions and declare stuff in this medium before it happens, right? Oh, that guy stinks. And then 2 weeks later, he's fantastic. We've all been there. Sometimes it's okay to let things play out and just kind of see what's going to take place. I think it's very hard and very wrong, quite honestly, to say things are a mistake when we're only 3 games in to a 17-game season. I think at the end of the year, if we revisit some of this, maybe it changes. But as far as the first 3 games, no, I wouldn't have changed a damn thing. They get the benefit of the doubt because of the successes that they had. At the end of the year, maybe.
Nobody said the word mistake. Just doing a would you rather, like if you go back in time.
Yeah.
Because these are all holes on your team right now.
Yeah, this is one I feel passionately about personally. I was against the Nick Bolton contract when that happened. First of all, I think he's an overrated player. I think he's out-athleted every night. He is not a great athlete. We knew that when they drafted him out of Missouri. This is a smart player, but this is a player that is not fast enough. He's not strong enough. He gets beat in coverage. He's not like an incredible hit stick guy. I just don't know what Nick Bolton does incredibly well, and they're paying him like he's the 5th best linebacker in football. Justin Reed's getting paid $5 million less this season, and I know he's over there in New Orleans, so no one's paying attention. He's having a hell of a season. He's still got
a good
legs.
football player.
He's a good football player.
Yeah.
And he could wear the green dot. I know Spags is attached to that and the captain thing and the communication, but yeah,
so
I don't know.
I think what you're asking, though, is for them to change their whole MO of the way that they've operated over the last 10 years, right? The way that they've operated over the last 10 years has been flawless for the most part, right? I mean, it's been pretty damn good. Why would you change anything up? This is what we do. We have a safety, Eric Berry. He expires. We bring in Tyrann Mathieu. He expires. We bring in Justin Reed. He expires. We bring in the next. That's what they do. And again, I know you're going to hate to hear this, and you're going to hate me for it. This is why you need the new stadium with all the money that can be generated at that stadium, so you can give these guys that signing bonus money and decide to keep them here. It's not about the cap. It's about the cash on hand. And if you don't have the same amount of cash on hand, then another organization does. Look, Buffalo's going to be in this mix now with their new stadium opening up and all the different revenue streams that they're going to have coming in. That's why it's important to have that new stadium and to have that village and to have those ways to get all of that money that you can get. So if you do get in a bidding war with a free agent that you really want, you can look at that player and say, all right, we can kick you a few more bucks because we have more money coming in. That's where you ultimately lose out, is not having the cash on hand to be able to give out the big-time signing bonuses. And so they've got to do everything in their power to continue to generate more revenue so you're able to make these moves that everybody wants them. Maybe Clark Hunt looked at him and said, we don't have the budget for Keenan Allen. And as much as Brett Veach wanted to sign him, his boss told him no. We don't have that money. I'm not spending that money this year. And so you have to factor that in as well. At the end of the day, it's up to Clark Hunt to say yes or no whether or not you can spend that money and go out there and get those players. And I do know, just by being around this league for as long as we have, this is not one of the highest generating revenue teams. It may be the world's team, but it's still not generating the money that the Dallas Cowboys generate. And so we've got to get up to that level. A new stadium, new revenue streams go a long way into making life easier for Brett Veach. Or whoever the GM is at the time.
From the 816, Mac, are you insane? I'll tell you what he does well is tackle. Been our leading tackler for every year he gets burnt a few times, but what Mike middle linebacker does not.
I would say that's like saying a guy who takes 30 shots a game and bragging about scoring the most points on the team.
Oh, so he's Harden.
Yeah, it's like, score the most. Well, you get the most shots, dude. You're a linebacker. Of course you're going to get the most tackles. That's not a...
Your linebacker should be your leading tackler.
Yes.
Like if your safeties are defensive back, that's one of the few things that I actually look at. Well, actually the game book I look at a lot because there's like a lot of different things in there that you can get. But one of the first things I go to, I always look at who's your leading tacklers on the day. Every game I look at that. And if it's safety, corner, safety...
That's a problem.
That's a problem. But if it's linebacker, defensive lineman...
it should be that.
That's where it should be.
Yes. That's where the ball is. I don't think that's impressive. I'm not saying Nick Bolton, I'm not saying he's a bad tackler. He is a good tackler, but I think his deficiencies outweigh some of those things. That's all I'm saying. Not a bad player. They're paying him like he's an elite player.
And for them, they view him that way.
That's fine.
The continuity, all that kind of stuff, right? And so they gave him that money as opposed to maybe paying Justin Reed, or maybe if they had more ways to pay out more money, more cash on hand, they could have had both of them signed here in Kansas City. But they've done a really good job of getting away from people before it's gotten too late, unless you're one of the cores, And then we've got a couple of guys that, probably have stayed too long. It happens everywhere, in professional sports. But I just think where we are right now with this team and what their defense is about, that Nick Bolton has more value than I think any of us really know.
In 3 games this year, Nick Bolton has not been the leading tackler once in the Chiefs defensive unit.
I'm insane.
Yep. Either way you want to look at it. So a different version of Mahomes, right? That's what this topic is talked about. Another version of Mahomes. This was Kyle Brandt talking about that version of Patrick Mahomes on his podcast.
Start the clock. Take number 1. Let's start with the Sunday night game. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs right now, they're like a under-talented boxer who is just grabbing. They're just holding on. They're getting through rounds. They're stealing rounds. It's a lot of body blows. You get to the end of the round, you're like, they didn't really do anything, but then sure enough, that's a 10-9 win. That's exactly what it was over the Giants last night. I love this version of Mahomes because we've seen him put up 50 points, throw to Tyreek Hill, throw to Prime Kelsey, and be the biggest story in the league. And then now we're seeing them just carrying an under-talented, hurt, wounded team by running, by ad-libbing. He made the biggest play of the game last night for the Chiefs, and it was a defensive play in which he stripped the ball from a New York Giant like he was Maurice Clarett on Sean Taylor in the Rose Bowl. I love this version of Mahomes. Ugly, gritty, getting through rounds, throwing a few elbows, maybe a few headbutts. If he has to bite off somebody's ear, he just does it. Gritty Patrick Mahomes carrying a Chiefs team without enough talent on offense. I never thought I'd see the day, but here we are, and they just have to survive. Just keep on treading water, keep on winning 10-9 rounds.
Nick Bolton was the leading tackler on Sunday night with 14. Karlaftis had 10 and a sack.
There we go.
So Nick Bolton had a hell of a game against the Giants. I mean, 14 tackles is a lot. 2 tackles for loss and pass defended as well for Nick Bolton. I think he had a pretty good game when you look at that, right? And George Karlaftis did as well. Those 2 guys leading your way as your tacklers up at top. That's what you want, right? You want your 2 defensive linebackers to be your leading tacklers. I love that conversation that Kyle Brandt had. It's something we've kind of talked about over the years with Patrick Mahomes. He has had to reinvent himself more than any quarterback, I think, in the NFL. You went from this high-flying aerial attack to Tyreek Hill being gone, having to try to figure it out with lesser wide receivers, having to win with Kadropius Toney lining up offsides, having to win all sorts of different ways possible over his career. And now he's doing it like this. This is why Patrick Mahomes, quite honestly, is your MVP. This is why Patrick Mahomes, quite honestly, is the best player in the NFL, because he can win in just about any way possible. He's dealing with less than stellar support right now and is still finding a way to be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. He's the best because he figures it out regardless of the talent around him. Not many other guys can do that. How many other guys? Can Josh Allen do what Patrick Mahomes has had to do over the last 10 years and reinvent his game? Probably 3 or 4 different versions, 3 or 4 different eras, if you will, of Patrick Mahomes. Has Lamar had to do that? Has Burrow had to do that? Patrick Mahomes seemingly comes into the year every year recently and has had to be completely different than he was the season prior. And he adjusts and he adapts and he continues to play stellar football. I think everybody needs to listen to that thing by Kyle Brandt all over the country to realize how good Patrick Mahomes is playing right now.
And then this was Colin Cowherd yesterday giving an analogy of a pitcher and the Chiefs offense or the Chiefs in general.
Because they were so dynamic offensively for years, you forget that Kansas City has been winning despite their offense. In fact, so the Chiefs offense feels a lot like an old pitcher that's lost about 5 miles an hour off his fastball. 3 straight seasons where the offense has regressed. Right now, the offense is below the New York Jets. I'm not joking. So I'm not going to get into talking about the Giants. They're not worth the airtime. But you got to trust your eyes on this. You start looking at this offense, and here's my concern if I'm a Chiefs fan. Because the time of possession for Kansas City's offense is 22nd. Well, that means your defense is on the field. And the longer your defense is on the field, the more your defense gets banged up. So if they can get Worthy and Rashee Rice back here collectively in the next 3 weeks, maybe they can improve and get their time of possession to 14th or 15th or 13th in the league from near the bottom, because the more your defense is on the field, the more your defensive players are going to get banged up. The best thing going for the Chiefs right now is that Denver is finding ways to lose games they have a chance to win. But for the last 6 or 7 years, it's felt like the AFC had this trifecta at the top of Chiefs, Ravens, Bills. And right now it feels like Josh, Justin, and Lamar Jackson. That's what it feels like.
This was before last night, obviously. They were 1-2, so yeah.
This was yesterday's show on the Herd.
I mean, look, aesthetically pleasing, again, for red zone viewers, Patrick Mahomes is not a show this year, right? For people who actually watch the entire game of Patrick Mahomes, you can see why he's better than everybody else in the game right now. I do agree with the time of possession stuff, but that comes back to running the football, man. Like that's on Andy Reid right there. That's where Steve Spagnuolo needs to go to Andy and go, hey, can you run the ball a little bit? Take some time off. My guys are a little tired right now, and give them the opportunity to run the football. But he talked about the Chiefs' offense not being good, but also didn't give me any facts and reasoning and back up why they're not good. Like that's an on-the-surface type take by Colin Cowherd, the low-hanging fruit. Yeah, the offense isn't good enough, but let's talk about the reasons why the offense isn't good enough right now, right? The wide receivers being injured, the right tackle not playing to the level that he needs to play, all this stuff that we've talked about, the tight end dropping passes and whatnot. It's amazing how one catch changes the whole dynamic of this team. If Travis Kelce catches that play or that pass against the Philadelphia Eagles in week 2, I guarantee you these conversations that we're having about this team probably aren't happening as much right now. We're one play, literally like one play away from this team being drastically thought about differently in the ether than it is right now. That's why the NFL is so important to make sure that every play that you execute is perfect every single time, because and we're seeing it right in front of our eyes. We're one play away for the most part of this team being 2-1, and everybody talking about, wow, they beat the Eagles, they beat the Giants, now they got the Ravens looking to go 3-1. The feeling would be a lot different if Travis Kelce catches that touchdown pass against Philadelphia.
I think you can say that. I think that's the case with last season too, right? And
yeah.
I think that's some of the people who have these worries are like, see, I told you it could look different. It was this close. We're messing with razor thin margins, and I know that is the NFL, but you want to do your best to try and increase those margins as much as you can.
I also don't think that losing 5 miles per hour off your fastball necessarily dilutes you from anything.
No, it can actually make you better.
Chris Sale, Justin Verlander, both have won Cy Youngs in recent years, and both have not had maybe the same power that they've had. Now, they did throw 100 miles an hour, and now they throw 95, but yet they still can be dominant because once you might lose something, you gain something else. And whereas Patrick Mahomes' fastball might have been the high-powered offense in the deep throw, he's learned that he can do other things as well. We saw that when they took away the deep shot and they started playing that soft cover 2 or whatever it was. And then they all of a sudden had to go underneath. And then they developed that offense. And now you have the adversities of losing some of your – because if Patrick Mahomes is a starting pitcher in football, he's Paul Skeens, right? Like, he still puts up numbers. He still does it. He just doesn't have any support around him. Paul Skeens can go out there and give up 1 run and still lose 1-0. Right? Like, that's the way that's gone for Pittsburgh. And I think that sometimes if you lose something, you can gain more by losing a little bit of what you used to have because you become more of a complete pitcher or you become a complete player. And, a lot of people said, well, they got rid of Tyreek Hill. They won 2 Super Bowls right after getting rid of Tyreek Hill.
They've been to 3 straight.
And they went to 3 straight. So, yeah, you might have a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, but you know what you have now? Uncle Charlie in your back pocket that you can pull out in the 3rd inning before anybody even sees it and then start pivoting off of that. So, yeah, I do agree that they have taken some sort of regression in their offensive superpower. But again, you've gained a defense over the last couple of years. Now we'll see if that defense can stay dominant the way it's been the last couple of years. And you can also see if maybe they can get that offensive line figured out. And then all of a sudden, you're not just, throwing 98 trying to, whiz it by people. Now all of a sudden you're trying to make them look goofy. You're trying to pull out other things. And they're like, oh man, he's got that now. Yeah, he does. Well, because you took that away, he had to figure out something else.
It's called knowledge. Knowledge is power, right? The older you get, the more you learn, the more you forget, the more you realize you didn't know. And that's where Patrick Mahomes is. He is that fireballer that came up to the big leagues and threw 105 and could just blow it by everybody. And then they got their timing down a little bit, so he had to reinvent his game. And as he reinvented his game and he adjusted to the league, well, then they made more adjustments, and then he had to make more adjustments. Like, he is that Jamie Moyer type of pitcher or, guy that pitches for 100 years in the big leagues because he's smarter than everybody else. He knows how to win games. He's had all of these life experiences, which are so important in everything that you do in this world, having those real-world life experiences. Patrick Mahomes is getting them every single game. All right, I had to win this game that way. That's going to pay off later on this season when I have that same situation again. I've been through that season. So he went from a guy that could blow everybody's doors off at 105 miles an hour to now, all right, he's the crafty lefty. We got to figure it out. And damn, he's a good crafty lefty too.
No doubt about it. We wrap this show up on the other side and get you set up for a Wednesday. That's right. We get halfway through the week starting tomorrow here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty. Tune in to hear from ESPN's Nate Taylor every Thursday at 8:20, right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you, if you're in the state of Missouri, I've got great news for you. The Underdog app is now available to play. That's right, this second in the state of Missouri. And with football being into the 4th week of the season, Underdog is the best place to select entries and win money all season long. And you can play right now in the state of Missouri. Here's how I like to play on Underdog. I love multiple sports going on at the same time. We've got the final week of the baseball season. We've got college football in full swing right now and the NFL. Take entries from all 3 of those sports and combine them into one selection. That's how I have fun on the Underdog app, and playing is easy on Underdog. Just choose whether your favorite players will go higher or lower, like stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. And once you get your entries right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. So download the Underdog app today, sign up with promo code Bob, and score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5 with promo code Bob. Millions of fans have already won billions making plays on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to top shelf spirits and cocktails served over ice balls. Local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails round out an adventurous drink menu, second to none. And don't forget about our 29-degree man-sized drafts. Our happy hour will have you coming back for more. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. In Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. In Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa. 1-800-981-0023 in Puerto Rico. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Get your home ready for the change in seasons with a $69 HVAC tune-up from Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter. Our pros can help you lower energy costs, prevent costly breakdowns, and make sure your system is running at peak efficiency right when you need it most. And it's all backed by our exceptional service guarantee. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews are great reasons to trust Hamilton. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
Gear? Check. Snacks? Check. Tires? Not so much. I didn't have time to deal with this, so I asked my friend. Her answer was simple. Take it to Telly, she said, and I'm so glad I did. They didn't just take care of my tires, they took care of me. We got you, they said, and they did. Fast, friendly, and stress-free. Now I know when life throws you a red card, take it to Telly. Stay in the game. Take it to Telly.
Wrapping up the show today, went by fast. Fast Tuesday. Sleepy Tuesday.
Boy, I tell you.
Yeah.
Happy Rosh Hashanah for all those celebrating today and tomorrow. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Shana Tova, as we like to say. The Jays closed for the next couple of days, so I will, be doing something else. I was hoping to get outside and do some exercise today.
Yeah. You got that treadmill at the house?
I do, but
you hate it.
I do.
Yeah. No one's ever had a love relationship with their treadmill.
No,
it's just not the same.
It's not. It's nice to have, in case of emergency break glass type of thing, but I'd rather go outside and do it.
Someone from the text line says, Dusty, did you see that Scotty Scheffler and his teammates are donating their money from the Ryder Cup to charity? You love to see this stuff. Yeah, you do. This is the first time that they're going to be paid.
They haven't been paid to play in the Ryder Cup?
No. First time they're going to be paid,
Wow.
and they have the option to give money towards their favorite charity, and then I think there's another supplemental check as well they can do with that as they please. We'll dive into that a little bit later on this week because this is probably what the planets aligned earlier this summer or not too long ago this summer where we saw Jupiter, Venus, and
I think it was Mercury.
Yeah, all like in alignment. This weekend, a lot of stuff aligns for what feeds my life, right? You have Oktoberfest and Downtown Lee Summit this weekend. You have Blink-182 coming to town on Saturday, my favorite band of all time. And then you have Chiefs Ravens on Sunday at 3:25. And I love me a 3:25 game. To me, it's because I'm selfish. I have Red Zone. I love watching all those noon slate games, getting super excited from 2:45 to 3:15. And then it's like, all right, Jim, here we go. And you're like, yep, here we go. This is it. And I am, half cocked right there at like 3:25, ready to go. And it's like, I got 6 beers left. How quickly am I going to drink these? Well, it's on you, Chiefs. You know what I mean? So, it'd be a fun weekend. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, Ryder Cup this weekend as well. Friday, Oktoberfest. Friday, Saturday, Blink. College football slate
yes.
Saturday, Sunday, Chiefs, Ravens. So, I mean, it's, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Moon, Lycans, right? All there at the same time. So I'm excited for that as well.
Tom DeLonge and the stars, man. Nice.
Yeah, to the stars.
Let's go.
But no.
That's the Kansas slogan.
I had no idea that was the Kansas
really?
slogan.
Yeah, to the stars. Yeah,
that's so funny.
Ad
Tom
Astra
DeLonge.
per aspera. Yeah, to the
stealing-
stars and back or something, or to the stars with whatever it is. But it's like to the stars, right?
I had no idea.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah, that's what it means. To the stars. And look it up. real
Kansas
fast.
stealing Tom DeLonge's thing.
Yeah, I'm sure Tom DeLonge had that back in 1885 or whenever Kansas came on board.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, does Tom DeLonge have a Kansas connection or anything like that? Because that's a weird one. Like you only know that if you
Ad Astra per aspera.
Yeah.
To the stars through difficulty.
through the stars through difficulties. Yeah, that's
cool.
It's a cool slogan, right? Yeah, and whatnot. So there you
I'm
go.
gonna look at Missouri's now.
It's a show me state. You don't need to look that up. Well,
Yes.
yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, it's a great way. Everybody in the world knows Missouri's the show
Carrington
me
probably
state.
says it once a week on his show.
Well, that's not the slogan though.
Oh,
You know what I
is
mean?
that
Like they're the
like the Latin thing?
yeah, exactly. Salus populus suprema lex esto. Let the welfare of the people be the supreme law.
Well, a week from today, we get to take the law into our own hands.
Why are they getting rid of Frank? He's been great for the state of Kansas. We've gotten a lot of new residents, maybe a couple of teams. He's doing a fine job over there. BBL Stinky.
Not anymore, he's not. Tuesday, September 30th, voting
Get bent.
polls will be packed. 100%, dude.
Get bent.
100%.
I wonder if a lot of people, what the voting turnout's going to be for that. I feel like it's going to be pretty high, but again, who knows?
Should be. Should be high.
Oh, I bet it will be.
I mean, I'm thinking it's going to pass to get him recalled 75 to 25.
That's a huge...
Oh, I think the people that are going with a distinct purpose to vote him out. I don't think anybody's going to save his job, right?
Well,
Like, would you be passionate about that? Oh, I'm going to go keep Frank White in office. Or I'm going to vote this guy out. My taxes doubled and I lost the Royals.
Could you imagine, like, George lived in Jackson County? And he was like, well, he did make a huge error in 1980 against the Yankees. Screw this guy.
Talk to you later.
I mean, he was a .216 career postseason hitter. To hell with him. He didn't help us any out.
Omar Infante. I was a much better second base. Did you see the All-Star votes?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Omar Infante or Frank White? You think when it's time to move, we can get Jay Southlanteau out to the ballpark and load up that Frank White statue, just back it into the Missouri River and dump it in? That thing does not need to be made. Well, actually, probably should be making its move to Kansas because without him, Kansas probably doesn't get the Royals and maybe the Chiefs too.
No, I just paint it red and put it in the Ring of Honor and put Justin Reed's name next to it. Wasn't he number 20? He wasn't number 20.
Yeah, Justin Reed was 20.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah.
Or it's going to be like Varsity Blues, where that Kilmer statue stayed out there because it was so damn heavy we couldn't move it. So we just, whatever.
But the news is they're just destroying the stadiums.
Tomorrow, just to give you a little insight, we'll go over Dynasty Talk. We'll have Binkley. We'll have manager Cotrero on the show as well. And then Gary Myers. He wrote a book called Brady versus Belichick, The Dynasty Debate. It was a New York Times bestseller author who wrote that, Gary Myers. So he will, that book came out September 16th. If you haven't got it yet, it's an interesting read because I think that is one of the top 5 last 10-year topics. Is it Brady? Is it Belichick? And we're still having that conversation, right? Like now Tom Brady is doing his thing. Belichick clearly doing his thing in North Carolina. And
what are they, 2-2?
They were 2-1, lost last week. And of course, all the
was that the game to Central that they lost, where he just made up that school? That
I don't know. Bishop Sycamore. I have no idea.
That guy's an idiot, man.
Bishop Sycamore. I mean, that was a good one. But he was calling UCF Central all week, and so they changed their name on their social media handles to Central University.
That's awesome.
So did he lose to Scott Frost and Central over the weekend? I hope he did.
Hope he did too.
But no, I think that topic with Gary Myers tomorrow is actually really comparable to what we have going on here in Kansas City about the dynasty discussion, because there are people that have said this isn't a dynasty. We've heard them, right? We've heard these people.
Yep.
We've heard these people tell us this isn't a dynasty. This is a guy who wrote all about that Patriots dynasty. We'll see where he feels like it's going to be, with this dynasty as well. So I'm kind of looking forward to that to see, what he thinks. Because this is, even if they don't, win the Super Bowl this year or make the Super Bowl this year, it's still part of a dynastic run that this franchise is on.
That period, that 10-year period, that gap where the Patriots didn't win anything, they went to the Super Bowl twice, I believe, in that period. That was the Giants' loss.
Yeah.
They went undefeated in the regular season. Like, tell me that wasn't part of that dynasty?
Yeah, of course it was part of that dynasty. You know what else was part of that dynasty? We're on to Cincinnati, and that was here in Kansas City. And we're getting ready. 6 days from now is Tuesday, right? No, 6 days from now would be Monday. And that's the anniversary of when sports changed in Kansas City. You had the game on to Cincinnati where the Chiefs just absolutely obliterated the Patriots, and it looked like their run was done. They went on to win a few more Super Bowls after that, but that was the first time Chiefs fans starting to feel really good. That game happens Monday night. The next day we roll into Kauffman Stadium. Salvi gets the big hit, and here we sit 10 years later, and sports in Kansas City hasn't been the same. I think when we look back on Monday, on the 29th, we will look at that as the most dynamic, most important, game-changing day in Kansas City sports history. You beat the Patriots. Belichick and everybody said Tom Brady was washed and he was done. It was on to Cincinnati. The entire Royals team was there that night. You roll into the greatest baseball game, maybe football game, any game that any of us have ever witnessed in our entire lives. You go on to the World Series. The Royals win the World Series. The Chiefs say, screw this, we're going to start winning. They start winning, and it all began 10 years ago on Monday. I mean, that's really the line of demarcation from we went from a town that we wish to a town that, damn, this is awesome to be here. And now Taylor Swift, Rihanna, and the World Cup are in Kansas City.
It feels like yesterday when all that started.
Doesn't it, though?
This is a little nugget I want to end the show on because I think Gene would appreciate this topic. So today there is a new baseball series release, 2025 Bowman Chrome release day. And there is a chase.
Gene who?
Your buddy.
Watson?
Watson, yes!
And there is a chase that is out of this world, and it is shoeless Joe Jackson. But there's a twist, because who did he play for?
Oh, dude, I just got a shot of adrenaline.
Okay, so if
the
you're
Black Sox.
Okay, but if you're chasing, this has come from Casey. She's Casey Carr. She's a great follow if you're into the card game. If you're chasing shoeless Joe Jackson's first ever Topps Chrome card, a retrofractor in 2025 Bowman Chrome, he is not listed as a White Sox. He is listed with the Philadelphia A's, which later became the Oakland A's. So in these auctions where you can do PYT, which is pick your own team, make sure you're picking the A's if you're chasing shoeless Joe Jackson, not the White Sox.
Oh, wow.
And if you want to see what the card looks
I didn't know he played with the A's.
Crazy.
Yeah, so it's the number one chase in this series, and this is the card. So if you land that, anybody out there, sell it immediately.
How much do you think something like that would go for?
Oh, God, $1 million.
Really?
I would think so. First ever.
Do you get like a piece of his uniform?
It's not a patch card,
right.
So no, it's just.
And I'm assuming that's not an auto.
No, just a 101 refractor, super refractor, shoeless Joe Jackson card. A's, not White Sox.
Wow.
That's what it is. Go do something nice for somebody today. You never know. It can change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care. Hold an umbrella outside the door as somebody walks in. Say thank you. Say nice things. And coming up next, it's Cody Golden Drew from 10 to 2. We'll talk to you tomorrow on a Wednesday.